presented by United Healthcare, rolling out of the start line from Sparks, Maryland, as the professional peloton gets ready for 121.8 miles, 196 kilometers. Tap today. Brad Zoner here with four-time U.S. professional national champion Freddie Rodriguez, who is also celebrating his 50th birthday today. Happy birthday, Freddie. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
I think we are on, so I'll just welcome you all. I have the American commentators in my ear, which is really great because Brad Zoner, Fred Rodriguez, absolute legend of the sport, are lovely, but it's kind of disruptive, so maybe we can have the American commentary stream tuned off from my ears, and we'll just start live from this one.
It is a brutal course here. Lots of ups and downs. A beautiful route on tap for the riders today. It's going to be a hot one out there as well.
It's very hot. We're talking close to 96, 97 degrees. We're talking 10 degrees. We're talking 10 degrees warmer than last year. That's going to play a crucial moment. We were just talking about what race could we compare this to? What European race? What U.S. race? I mean, my closest thing would be Lancaster, maybe one of the classics in Walloon region. So
I assume we are live. Good afternoon, good evening if you're watching in Europe. Good afternoon if you're watching in the UK. And if you're watching from the United States, good afternoon. This is the Maryland Cycling Classic presented by United Healthcare. We just took the start, which means that we're going to have flag-to-flag coverage, as it's called. We're going to be here start to finish from the town of Sparks, which is the headquarters of the Kelly Services, one of the big sponsors of our race, and we are making our way north towards the Pretty Boy Reservoir. We're going to do 2 tours around the reservoir and then gradually moving back south to Baltimore, where we have our 4 local laps. That is in store, almost 200 kilometers of racing today. I think we're here. The flag has dropped, so I welcome you all here to the Maryland Cycling Classic presented by United Healthcare. Almost 200 kilometers, as you can see, 122 miles, and straight from the gun, we have an attack there by Colby Simmons. You can recognize him from his Cervelo bike and his Jumbo-Visma helmet. He is part of the development squad. Also one of the riders there of the human-powered health team. With 62, it's Tour of Britain stage winner Stephen Bassett. And the action is straight on. So I'll introduce myself first. My name is José Bain, and with me today is my fellow Dutchie, Jip van der Bos. Good evening, Jip.
Good evening, José.
It's really funny because I just noticed we both have a name that can be both a boy's and a girl's name.
It is, yeah. And it can be confusing for our fellow Dutchies, but it's even more confusing for not Dutchies, I think.
We have a race here and straight from the gun attacks, and that is basically what happened last year as well. We had our decisive breakaway in the very first edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic after 25 miles, so after 40 kilometers already, and that was already the moment that the race was decided with 25 riders in the lead, and it looks like it's a big fight straight away for that breakaway.
Yeah, it's not known as a boring race. It's there's a reason we do we show it on TV from the start to the end, and that's because it's starting straight from the line.
We have 111 riders starting. Last year's winner, Sepp van Marken, of course, not part of the race anymore. He has retired. He has retired from cycling due to cardiac problems, but he will return to the Israel Premier Tech team as a sports director. But we have Israel Premier Tech here with Simon Clarke, the 2022 Tour de France stage winner with #1. Other World Tour teams, although Israel Premier Tech, of course, is not a World Tour team. World Tour teams here are Lidl Trek. We have EF Education, Easy Post, Team Jaco Alula, Cofidis and Astana. And then for our pro teams, we have Israel Primatech, like I said, Human Powered Health, Team Coratec, Selle Italia, Novo Nordisk, and then 7 continental teams, one from Colombia called Team Medellin EPM, with a legend from Spain, still riding, Oscar Sevilla. We don't often see him on our screens anymore, but he's still out there. We have Hagen Sperman Action, Legion of Los Angeles, that is a team in the white and black shirts, Project Echelon Racing, Toronto Hustle, what a fantastic name that is, Team Skyline, and we have the national team of the United States with some World Tour pros, including Mattea Jorgensen, and one of our first attackers there, Colby Simmons, who is part of the Jumbo-Visma development team, the little brother of Quinn Simmons. Quinn Simmons not racing here, but Lidl Trek are here with Tom Squinch, Tony Galopin, Emil Slipins, the 2 Latvian riders there. We have Asbjørn Hellemose, Matthias Skelmose, Filippo Baroncini, and Matthias Vacek. And this is a rider of Project Echelon by the name of Stefan Vogel. For us, Jip, a few unknown teams here and a few very well-known teams, including this man, Tony Galopin, who is going to retire after this year and then return as a sports director. Have you ever considered becoming a sports director?
Actually, I have not, and that's mostly because of a very unplanned stop of my career. So never really thought about getting a sport director, but I think it's really nice to put all your information, all your experience into a team, to give your experience to the new generation, to the young riders, to help them to win races. I think it's a really nice thing.
This is Brooks Weenkip of the USA national team, number 34, Chris Juul Jensen of the Jayco Alula team. They were present last year as well when Michael Matthews tried to bridge across to that breakaway. And if we look at the profile, Jip, it's basically uphill for the first 50 kilometers. It's quite a challenging course with 2,300 meters of elevation.
It's a really challenging course, and sure, the first 50k is all the time. It's more uphill than downhill, but actually it's all short climbs. It's up and down the whole time. Actually, till we get to the final circuit, it's up and down all the time.
Legion of Los Angeles racing here with the national champion of Belize. That is Corey Williams. Immediately followed by Team Skyline. We have a little bit of a breakaway happening here, but 4 riders, of course, is not a lot, and there will be other riders eyeing to be part of this breakaway. Also, keeping in mind that last year, the decisive breakaway already established in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, and I think there will be riders trying to cross over to the first 4 riders. And that first group will be bigger. It won't be those 4 riders who will ride in the front for the whole 200 kilometers, but for sure the race is on already. And everybody knows you have to be really attentive from the beginning, because last year it happened already after 40k.
We have Scott McGill there for Human Powered Health. He is a local lad. He is actually from the state of Maryland. They have Stephen Bessett, we already saw him on the attack, Pan American champion Pierre-André Côté, Adam de Vos, Colin Joyce, and the 2 Belgians, Gijs van Hoeken and Sascha Weemaas, on the team. Of course, the Human Powered Health riders are in a little bit of a pickle at the moment. The team is most likely set to fold at the end of the season, although there is still a frantic search going on for sponsors, as far as I understood. The women's team continues. They have a women's World Tour status with, amongst others, Audrey Cordon-Rago on the roster. But the men's team, faces a very insecure future. And that's why these riders, they really want to showcase themselves and put themselves in that shop window and hopefully find themselves a ride for next year. Have you ever been in that situation that you had to find another team?
No, actually, luckily, I haven't. But yeah, of course, it's not a good situation when your team ends, and it's also, I don't think that the riders really did know way earlier than we knew that the team was not going to continue. So they have pretty short time to find a new team, and they really have to show themselves to teams to find a spot for next year. It's a really difficult situation.
Carson Miles here for Toronto Hustle. Stephen Bassett there for Human Powered Health. 114 is Alexander Cohen, another rider from Canada. So 2 Canadian riders already at the front, one from the US. But we can see, like you said, there are other riders trying to bridge across. The temperature today is pretty hot. It's around the 90 degree Fahrenheit mark, and normally I'll have to get back to you to translate that into Celsius, because normally we get Celsius and then I'll give you the Fahrenheit for those of you watching stateside. But this is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which translates into 32 degrees Celsius, which is a pretty hot day. And as far as I understood, the farmland here to the north of Baltimore is, well, quite rural, and also not a lot of forests and not a lot of trees to really be out of the sunshine. As we can see right now, the sun is burning on these riders.
Yeah, we're riding in the middle of the day now. It's 12 o'clock there. It will be a hot and a long day out in the saddle. I hope these riders put a lot of sunscreen on before the race. I'm sure they did. They know they have to.
But I always wondered, yeah, you put on sunscreen at the start of the race, but it doesn't work for 5 hours. Do you reapply during the race?
You're actually able to, yeah. If the race is not going too fast, you can go back to the car and put some sunscreen on. The team directors will always have some sunscreen next to them, but it doesn't really happen often. And actually, I think when you put a high factor on, I think it will work for 5 hours. And at the end of the race, it's later in the day. The sun is less sharp. I think they will be fine if they put a good amount on the legs and the arms before the start.
We have some more riders bridging across. I think it's one of the other riders of Legions of Los Angeles. We have one Astana rider coming across as well. And then the group is getting bigger and bigger. All the way at the back, we have Colin Joyce there for Human Powered Health. One of the factors, Yip, that as we have the names on our screen there, one of the factors that the breakaway is so important here, that we don't really have a super sprinter here.
No, we haven't. So, and actually, it's also a pretty tough race for like a real sprinter. We have a lot of altitude meters. It's a long day. It's a lot of climbs. If there's a sprinter who can survive, of course it's a good thing. But it's actually maybe a too hard race for a real sprinter. So it will, like, it's also possible that riders like Paulus can make it to the finish. It's really a race that suits for attacks.
Yeah, a little bit of a bumper here, a little bit of an ad. And some footage from last year, finishing in downtown Baltimore. And it looks like we have some sort of fresh restart here. So we're back to Baltimore. We're leaving the race as it stands. Oriole Park here, the baseball ground there. And this is, of course, the Harbor Inn, the waterfront. 91 degrees Fahrenheit, which translates into 32 Celsius. So a pretty hot day here on the east coast of the USA. Beautiful, beautiful Harbor Inn, as we have the team presentation with Nielsen Powders there. These are the riders of Jayco Alula. with Simon Yates there, former winner of the Vuelta, and of course number 4 of this year's Tour de France. The team of the United States there with Matteo Jorgensen. He's wearing his Team Movistar helmet with 151. They also have Colby Simmons, Caleb Klassen, Andy Strohmeyer, Owen Cole, Brooks Wink and Tobias Klein. And then we go back to the racing with our breakaway. And the gap, it's not really that big. It looks like there's another significant group trying to bridge across there.
Yeah, I think we have a similar situation like last year. It's just full gas from the beginning. And there are small groups. It's not a whole peloton who's controlling. This group, the first group is also growing, I think.
Yeah, many riders are trying to bridge across indeed. We have an international group at the front with riders from Canada, Carson Miles and Alexander Cohen. We have Hamish Beadle in that first group, the man from New Zealand for Team Novo Nordisk, Stephen Bassett, the American, Brian Sanchez of the Colombian team. We have Manuela Boaro of Astana, Kazakhstan, the Italian, and Eder Freire, and he is a rider from Mexico, racing for Legions of Los Angeles, and that is the black bibs and the white jerseys. It's not really that different to the kit of the Toronto Hustle team of Carson Miles. This is our circuit, the county circuit, so we're going through the north of the state of Maryland and Baltimore County, to be exact. If we look at the course, I don't think we'll get a map, so I'll try to explain so you can visualize. We started in Sparks, which is home to Kelly Benefits, one of the sponsors here, longtime sponsor of American cycling as well. A team, but also races like this one. We move towards the north to the Pretty Boy Reservoir, which is a reservoir responsible for 60% of all the water used in Baltimore City. And after a short loop a little bit north of Pretty Boy Reservoir, we gradually go back south towards the town of Baltimore, where we have 4 local laps around the inner city, inner harbor circuit. These will be about 7.5 miles, so 12 kilometers long. Our breakaway, always, I've done a lot of American races while still working with Eurosport in the Netherlands, and they always keep the graphics on our screen, so we don't have to repeat the breakaway all the time, Yip. We can just leave that out today.
That's easy for us. Exactly how we like it. But now we see that they have a 15-second gap. That's actually interesting. It's a small gap.
Trying to look behind that group there. Not the biggest riders, and we can see from the shape of the peloton that the chase is still on. There's still quite a few bigger teams not represented, and yet there's always this point in the race that sports directors say, okay, this is a 7-man breakaway, this is a safe breakaway, but there's always this tipping point where the sports director says, this is not a safe breakaway anymore, we need to get in, we need to be part of that. And how big is that breakaway? Is it 7, is it 8, is it 10, or does it depend on the riders in it?
Yeah, it's a combination of both of it. It depends on the big teams. You don't want all the big teams in except your own team, because then you're the only team who has to do the chase. You want to be in the chase with other big teams. So actually, you're mostly focused on teams. I remember for a lot of teams where I was riding in, we normally said, like, when there's 3 riders gone, we always need one of our girls in. And of course, we didn't have to do it when it was 3 small teams. We only had to do it when it was the 3 biggest teams. So that's where the riders are focused on.
We don't really have the big teams in the first group. We have to be honest about that. Of course, we have a World Tour rider in Manuela Boaro, but there's nobody there from Lidl Trek, nobody from EF Education, Easy Post, Jaco Alula, or Israel Premier Tech. Of course, factually, not a World Tour team anymore, but aiming to get back to that level.
Yeah, and that's making it safe for those big teams, because they can work together in the chase. There's not one team who has to do all the work. They can work together, and that's why they're not directly stressed. But the group is pretty big though, so they don't want to give them so much space.
20 seconds is indicated at the moment for our breakaway. Not a lot of action there at the tail end of the peloton, but at the front of the peloton we can still see in the distance that many riders are trying to bridge across. This is a really young race. They have tried for a couple of years to get it onto the calendar, but due to COVID and travel restrictions and everything, last year, 2022, was only the first edition, won by Sepp van Marken, his last victory, if I'm correct, before he sadly had to retire from pro racing due to health problems. He will be back in the team car with Israel Premier Tech, but he will not win this race again. His teammates are here with Simon Clark racing with number 1. We have Guillaume Boivin, Riley Sheehan, Marco Frigo, Derek Guy. How cool would it be if Derek actually won this race? It's become a little bit of a fan favourite after the Giro, of course. Hugo Hull and Guy Sagif. That Giro yip. I think everybody was basically screaming at the television for Derek Guy to win a bike race, wasn't it?
Yeah, after so many second places, everybody was hoping for that win for him. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but we won't forget him anymore.
No, he will never fly under the radar anymore, Derek Guy. And
such an impressive Giro.
Yeah, absolutely. And his girlfriend Ruby West, who is of course a cyclocross rider. And today the cyclocross season started. Yay! And Yip just told me she's never been to a cyclocross race before. So we are going to make that happen this winter.
I look very much forward, Jose. I was always watching cyclocross after my own training. I love to watch it on the couch, but it always looks so much fun. All the people at the course. It looks like a party almost on the side of the course.
Yeah, for the spectators, it's quite often a party. For the riders, it's at your basically between your 95 and 98% point in terms of heart rate for an hour. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's so different from road racing. It's so much shorter, but so much more intense. I actually can't imagine.
Gradually, our breakaway is about to be caught again, as we have Matthias Skelmose there, the runner-up in the Tour of Denmark. He won a stage, fantastic stage in Vejle, with his teammate Mads Pedersen. They really wanted to cross the line together, he and Mads Pedersen, but that pretty steep final there in Vejle was a little bit too much, and Pedersen lost a few seconds, but then smashed the competition in that final time trial. Pedersen, he's not here, but Skelmose is here, and you can see a lot of these, or you will see a lot of these riders return next week when we go to Canada for the fantastic duo of World Tour races there in Quebec and Montreal. Looks like we do get a map now. Oh, well, it's basically a lot zoomed in, but it would have been nice to have a little bit bigger zoom out, but this is what we're doing. A lot of farmland, as you can see.
Yeah, but we must not forget that it's pretty hilly actually. It looks really flat between the farmlands here, but it's actually a lot of climbs.
There is the reservoir. We're going to race around the reservoir there. There we go. We have some King of the Mountain sprints, 3 in total. The last one at 71 kilometers from the finish line. I know there's a lot of you watching in the US, most likely, and hoping for me to use miles. Somebody even suggested to use miles in celebration of GC Cuss, but we're not going to do that. I'll just stick to the kilometers that I'm used to. We've got 3 King of the Mountain sprints, 2 intermediate sprints, but sadly, I never was able to find the exact point system. Neither was Yip, so it's going to be a complete surprise how many points you get for each King of the Mountain sprint and each intermediate sprint. One comes at 74, so just before the final climb, and one comes the first time we cross the finish line for the first of 4 local laps. Have you seen the jerseys that everybody gets? They're quite, yeah, not really my taste, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, actually, they're not. They're not the classic jerseys. They're full of sponsors, and it's funny because normally in one-day races we don't really have jerseys in Europe.
No. But we have, of course, the jersey that will be given to the winner. And we just saw a short image of Sepp van Marken, who won last year. He got a yellow jersey. But the one we now get is blue with the logo of the race, which really kind of reminds me of a casino kind of logo. Then we have the H&S Bakery Sprint Points jersey, the State of Maryland King of the Mountains Champions jersey, the Kelly Benefits Best Young Rider jersey, and we also have the RX Benefits Most Inspirational Rider jersey. I think we'll just have to give that to Derek E.
Already beforehand, yeah, for his season.
Yeah, yeah, because we should. Well, meanwhile, our breakaway is caught. So, yeah, we're going to start again.
We're going to start over again. Yeah, and I think we will see a bit similar to last year, a big fight for the first group, and also the fight will start early because the first mountain sprint is pretty quick actually, with 161 to go kilometers. Last year it was Quinn Simmons who took the jersey. And we directly see new riders trying to go in the attack.
I was trying to figure out where Quinn Simmons is racing, but of course he crashed out of the Tour de France. Well, he did finish the stages after that horrific crash, but then didn't start stage 9. But I have not found a program for him. Of course, one of his breakthrough performances last year, or not last year, I think actually 3 years ago, was the Tour of Luxembourg, so maybe we'll see him there. This man is having a fantastic year as well. Tom Squinch of Lidl Trek. Do you say Lidl or Lidl? It's a little bit of a debate here in the Netherlands, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I would say Lidl.
Yeah, that's true. Apparently, we are instructed to say Lidl Trek. Tom Squinch, fantastic season so far. Great World Championships in Glasgow for him, and he was 4th in this race last year. He was part of that group of 4 who attacked in the final. I think it was about 2 laps out from the finish line, about 28 kilometers from the line. A group of 4 with, of course, Sepp van Marken, with Nick Sagowski, Nielsen Paulus and Tom Squinch. Andrea Piccolo was also part of that group. They attacked one after the other on the local circuit in Baltimore, and in the end it was a sprint by Sepp van Marken winning that race. But Tom Squinch, he's in great form, had a fantastic season so far, and like I said, I covered a lot of the American bike races when we still had them in Colorado and California, and called quite a few of the Tom Squinch wins in California on Laguna Seca, I remember, on that car racing circuit. So it would be cool to have another win. But he's the quintessential helper, isn't he? He's always there. He's always at the front, always helping, but he's not really winning a lot himself, apart, of course, from national titles in Latvia, which he shares with Lipins.
Yeah, it is. It's such a strong rider, but he's just not really that winner type of rider. Also, this year's Giro, he was a lot of times in the attack in the group, but he he couldn't make it to win a stage. But I think actually he rode a really good World Championships, which was of course on a kind of a criterium circuit. It's not similar to today's, but it's also in the end it's kind of a criterium, the last 4 laps, so it might suit him today. But like we said, he's not really a winner type.
No, we do have a breakaway now of 5 riders and a peloton that is, yeah, like this. So good luck if you want to try and attack, because I don't think they will let you. We've got 5 riders of the smaller teams at the front at the moment. Here we are. And yeah, I think this is it. They won't give you permission to attack anymore. The peloton has decided. They're racing as wide as the road is, and it's time for lunch, Jip.
Yeah, it is. It's a long way to go for the peloton and for this first group, but I think the peloton is happy. This first group is not too big. It's only 5 riders. It's not riders from the biggest teams, so there's a lot of teams who can do the chase. It's not down to one team. It's a good situation for the first few hours. Of course, we were hoping to have a similar situation like last year, where the final break was already after 40k. But it looks like we're going to have an early flight today.
Here we have Pierre-Luc Périchon talking about domestiques. He is one of the longest standing domestiques in France. And here we have one rider trying to bridge across, Steven Vogel. I always find with the current frame sizes or the current bike setups that the frame sizes are always one size too small. But that's just me being old-fashioned.
You would prefer to see him on a one size bigger bike?
Yeah, I feel this frame size is just a tad too small for him.
It does look a little bit small though, yeah. But it also gives me a feeling that he's a good sprinter. It's a good sprinter bike, I think. I don't know. Like, he's really compact on the bike. He looks strong.
We'll have to wait for confirmation of the riders in the break. Here we have it. Davide Lozano, the rider of the Novo Nordisk team. Oscar Sevilla, there he is, the Spaniard. We have Carl Murphy, Carson Miles again, and with 141, Julien Gagné, which is, of course, a fantastic name if you are a bike rider, because Gagné is the French word for one, or to win. It's a bit like Thomas Champion. But you can see, actually, in Steven Vogel, Jip, that these climbs are not easy. This must be about 5-6%.
It is. It's the whole day. It's climbs from a few 100 meters. Sometimes it's just 200 meters of climbing, but all the time it's about 5-6%. So it's not easy at all. There's not a lot of time to rest your legs. It's up or down.
Here we go. There he is, Oscar Sevilla. And if you've been following bike racing for a while, you of course know Oscar Sevilla. He is 46 already. Was born on the 29th of September 1976. So that's 3 years older than I am. He will be 47 in September. And his career started in the previous millennium, in 1998. That must be about the year you were born, with the Kelme team, the iconic team from Spain. You remember the green with Fernando Escartin and all these riders from that era. He was part of T-Mobile, and then after his suspension, his doping suspension, he went back home and raced for the Colombian teams, and that is what he still does for the team Medellin APM, and Medellin, of course, being a city in Colombia. He's very active still in races all around the world. Oscar Sevilla, a real globe-trotter, so to say, and he still wins his races as well, with wins earlier this year in Tour of the Gila in, I think that's New Mexico. He won a race in Guatemala earlier this season, a race in Colombia, and also a race in Panama, and that was a month ago. So he travels places. He raced in Qinghai Lake in China, races in the US as we have right now. 46, and has been around for, well, almost 30 years.
It's crazy.
No, yeah, 30 years with his junior years included. And now he's in the breakaway. That's just fun. Great.
That's crazy and impressive, actually.
Yeah, absolutely impressive for Oscar Sevilla, the Colombian Davide Rebellin, which, reminds me, it's almost a year ago that we lost him, Rebellin. And I read recently that the truck driver was finally, again, apprehended by the Italian police. And hopefully he will get his deserved punishment for killing Rebellin. The other riders in our breakaway, we have Davide Lozano, who's also, well, with all due respect, a veteran of the sport. He's 34. He's been racing since 2012 with the team Type 1, which is actually the predecessor of this race, of this team, Novo Nordisk, for riders racing with diabetes. And only quite recently it was announced that Novo Nordisk, as a sponsor, will stay on with the team for another few years. So they will be around. They are not only racing, of course, to get results, but they're also racing to create awareness, and usually in places where they race, whether that is in France or in Poland or in Turkey or in the Far East or in America, they always have this little side program as well, where they create awareness for sports and diabetes, that it's very well possible to stay active and manage your diabetes as well. Then we have Carl Murphy. Carl Murphy of the Legion of Los Angeles team, one of the continental teams in the US. Carl Murphy, he is from Palo Alto, and I think that is in California. 31 years old, so we have quite an experienced breakaway here. We have Carson Miles, who's only 23, from Ottawa in Canada, racing for the Toronto Hustle team. He's racing with number 132 there with the blue top. And then the last rider of our five-man breakaway, I haven't mentioned yet, is in the green here, Julien Gagné of Team Skyline. And he is 29 from Sherbrooke in Canada, that is. And then we have one rider trying to bridge across, but if you look at the time differences there, it might become quite an old-fashioned, as we call it, Sjaspatat.
Yeah, he for sure is. He was on 10 seconds before. It's 45 right now. It looks like he's not getting there. And then it might be smarter to drop and get back in the peloton, because it will cause a lot of energy to keep riding in the middle, in between the peloton and the front group.
Yeah, because these five riders are, of course, they are sharing the workload, and are one lone chaser. He has to do it all by himself, which, well, naturally makes matters a lot more difficult. He is from the US, 34 years of age, Stephen Fogel. But it might be quite difficult for him to bridge across there. So all in all, we have a pretty experienced breakaway with three riders well into their 30s, 129, 123. And the peloton, well, taking it easier.
Taking it easier, almost 2 minutes behind right now. And it looks like it's Trek Segafredo in the front, but I couldn't really see it. Somebody had a problem with his radio. I heard. Yeah, it's still such a long way to go. And with lots of big teams here in the peloton and not in the breakaway, there's nothing to worry about in the peloton.
Good to see some people coming out watching the bike racing. Yip and I, well, we already got some interesting questions on our social media feed, which we used to call Twitter. One of the questions is about the racing scene here in America. Yeah, that is becoming a little bit problematic, to be quite honest. Of course, in the past we had all these amazing races, also televised, like the Tour of Utah, Tour of Colorado, for men and for women. Remember that one year that Chloe Dygert won all the stages and won the GC with a couple of minutes on the competition. And of course the Tour of California. But sadly, all these races are no more. And this is basically the only top race in the US. It's a 1 Point Pro race, which is the category just below the World Tour. World Tour races are, for example, the one in Canada, the ones in Canada that are coming up pretty soon. And that makes it really difficult. And I think one of the reasons is that all around the world, racing on public roads is becoming problematic, not only in the US, but also in countries that might be quite bike friendly, but where things are becoming more complicated as well, like the Netherlands. And one of the reasons I always understood that the Tour of California is no more is that the organizers actually had to pay for road closures, while in countries like the Netherlands or Belgium or France, it's the job of the national police to do road closures. In California, you had to pay the state, and that was such an expensive thing to do that in the end the race was first it was postponed for 1 year, and then sadly it was cancelled forever. So yeah, that's really sad. There were always great races, late night entertainment, sometimes well into the middle of the night, but some great breakthrough performances there in the past. And I'm really sad that the race like California is no more. It was always a great race.
It was a great race, and actually
also
I
for
thought,
women. Yeah,
for women, yeah. I've been there a few times, and I really loved racing in America. And the Tour of California was such a beautiful race. We had climbing stages, sprint stages. It actually had it all, and it was really well organized. And it's funny because I actually thought it had to do something with COVID.
Yeah, a lot of racing hasn't recovered after COVID, indeed. But yeah, it's really sad. The road closures was a big problem. Money is a big problem in many races, whether it's the US or around the world. And bike racing on open roads is really hard to organize and to keep it safe, as we've seen in races this year. That it's just not easy. But this one is back. We have, of course, other races in the US, like the Joe Martin Stage Race, Tour of the Gila, but these are all races of the 2.2, so that is basically 2.1 and 2.2, so that's the third and the fourth category of UCI racing. There is a lively circuit with Gran Fondos. Gravel is, of course, really big in the US because you don't have to ride on these kind of roads. And yeah, I can imagine racing gravel in the US is pretty cool with all the space that they have there.
Yeah, I only can imagine. I always follow the gravel races in America, and it's such a big community in America. They have a lot of big races. Actually, all the big races like Unbound, it's all there. In Europe, of course, you have also some UCI series in Europe, but the real gravel racing is still in America.
Yeah, big wide open plains like Kansas, steamboat gravel just last week. But here we are on normal roads with the highest ranked pro race in the US, the Maryland Cycling Classic with our breakaway of 5. The names on your screen, and well, we're almost at the highest point of our race. They're probably going to give us that in feet, but it's actually not really that high. It's about 250 meters above sea level, because Baltimore, of course, being on the coast, is at sea level. Our race is really not that high, but if you do 200 kilometers in the south of the Netherlands, yeah, you get to 2,500 meters of elevation as well. It's these short climbs that make it really challenging. And the weather today, 32 degrees Celsius, is no mean feat to race. And it's about 3 to 4 degrees hotter than it was last year. So that really makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's really important to drink well, to keep yourself as cold as possible. Hopefully there are some people on the side of the road giving ice to the riders. Giving them fresh bottles of water. But in these conditions, it's even more important to drink enough and to keep yourself as cool as possible. But it's like you said before, there's not so many trees on the side of the road, so for almost the whole race, they're in full sun.
Here we have a little bit of respite for the legs as our lone chaser, Stephen Fogel, is now 2.5 minutes behind our breakaway of 5 and just a minute ahead of the peloton. The flag that we have in our new leaders jersey is of course the flag of Maryland, and it was actually designed by the man who is at the very foundation of this state, and that was George Calvert. And he based it on his own heraldic banner as the 2nd Baron of Baltimore. Yes. Also one of the states in the US named after a British royal, Queen Mary. We have, of course, Virginia, named after Elizabeth, and, as my husband mentioned, Georgia, which I never really knew, but indeed, yes, also named after a British royal. The relationship between the Americans and the Brits went sour really fast downhill, as you all know. But yeah, this place, this state of Baltimore was, of course, founded by the Brits. History goes back, history starts, of course, with the original inhabitants of America. And I have seen the names of some of the tribes that we had here. They're pretty difficult to pronounce, which I will not do because I do not want to pronounce them wrong. But the first European settlers was the aforementioned George Calvert in 1632. He was granted a charter to establish a colony here as a safe haven for English Catholics. If you go a little bit more to the north, you find a lot of the Protestant Puritans, states like Pennsylvania, for example. But this was a safe haven for English Catholics back in 1632 when George Calvert set foot on the shores of Maryland. The town of Baltimore itself was founded in 1729, and it was named after the Lord Baltimore's family seat in Ireland. Located on the river, was a pretty important trading post and port, also during the American Revolution. Now we have a map, which is great. We're going to the Pretty Boy Reservoir, which is not named after a pretty boy, as in a good-looking young man, but it's actually named after a horse. And one of the settlers here in the colony of Maryland, his horse, called Pretty Boy, actually drowned in one of the creeks here, and they decided to name this quite big reservoir after the horse. So I found it a really interesting name, so that is the reason that I found for the name of the Pretty Boy Reservoir watershed. And like I said, responsible for 60% of water to the city of Baltimore, where we will arrive a little bit later. today. If you have any questions, the question about the American State of Cycling was won by Giacomo Rizzo. Yeah, the sponsorship is of course also a big issue after the doping confessions that we had after the US Postal and Lance Armstrong tragedies. Other questions? Well, thanks to John McQuire, we have the point system, Yip, for the King of the Mountains. It's 4-2 and 1.
4-2 and 1. Okay, that's really good to know. So did he said where he find the point system?
It's on the Twitter feed of the Maryland Cycling Classic. Yeah. As we can see that the team cars are making their way to the front. It's looking a little bit hazardous there. You can move to the side if team cars are moving up. Maybe this was not... Oof, that was a close call there with the letterbox and the electricity pole. But it's not really moving forward, is he?
But it's a difficult moment because the riders are going down and it's quite turning. Nobody wants to lose position. It's always hard for the cars to get to the peloton when it's on roads like this. When it's a big straight road, it's easy for the cars to pass. But on roads like this, the peloton goes from left to right, so nobody really wants to give some space.
This is an absolute unsafe road to pass, this forest road here.
And I think
have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, the car found out and he thought, I will wait for a bit. I will find a better moment. There's not really no stress yet. Still a long way to go. It does look like Vogel is still in between. Actually, he's still in the just between the peloton and the first group.
Yeah, poor guy. Poor guy. But we'll have our breakaway here. The youngest of them all, Carson Miles, is at the front. We have Julien Gagné in getting to the front right now with number 83, the Spaniard of Team Novo Nordisk, David Lozano. We have Oscar Sevilla, a 46-year-old Spaniard of Team Medellin, and then Carl Murphy of Legion of Los Angeles. Pretty stylish team there from LA. They always have, well, the kit that they now have is quite understated. The team kit that they had in previous years was a really big statement team, of course, of the Williams brothers, if I'm correct. And there we have the flag of Maryland with the English heraldry on it, and we see that back in our jerseys as well. Somebody kind of scolded us, Yip, that we were talking down the race and the jerseys because it's not common to have jerseys in one-day races in Europe. But I think it's cool to have the jerseys.
I do think it's really cool, yeah. It's something extra to race for in a one-day race. Normally, in a one-day race, there's no battle for mountain points or for sprint points because it only goes about the winner at the end of the day. And today there's way more to win, and it makes it way more attractive to watch as well, I think, because there's more races in this one race.
I should have written down our King of the Mountains positions in miles, because that's what we get on our screen.
I was just thinking the same. I'm trying to recalculate, and I will let you know, Jose.
But I do think we have one coming up. There was a sign there that there's a sprint coming up, and there is indeed a sprint coming up. It's David Lozano going for that first KOM for these 4 points there, and he takes them. So that's Lozano with 4 points. We have Gagné with 2, and I didn't pay attention to see who was. It's not Gagné. It's Sevilla with in second place with 2 points, and I didn't pay attention who was fourth there. But it looks like David Lozano wants to make a goal of that King of the Mountain sprint. The next one is coming up in 40 kilometers, roughly 40 kilometers, so that should be around 25 miles from now.
But Sophia was also trying to get those points, so we will see a battle between the two of them. And I think it was Gagné who took the last point, but I'm not 100% sure about it. It's interesting that the next mountain sprint is pretty quick, because it gives a lot of hope for the riders in front to get that jersey. If somebody manages to take, like, actually, if Lozano managed to take the second at the second sprint the full points again, he's pretty sure. Yeah, he's pretty sure to win the mountain jersey.
The climb we just did was indicated as a 2.1k, so just over a mile, 0.2. The other two climbs are actually quite short. They are less than a mile, so around 1.1 kilometer. If we look at the profile, there's many places where you could actually put a KOM sprint point. Doesn't really matter all that much, but we have got 4. So you do have a trip to the podium, and for a team like Novo Nordisk, it's always good to have that publicity going. We also have the intermediate sprints, but they come much further up the road, around 40 miles from the line, and around 25 actually. Despite the fact that it was indicated at just 6 miles an hour, the wind speed, which is around 10k an hour, it looks quite windy out there.
It does look, but actually, it said the wind wouldn't really be that hard today. I think it might feel hard as well, because it's so open, the whole course. Like here, of course, we see some trees, but most of the day is between the fields. Really open roads. So we could see some situations like we've seen today in the Vuelta, with some echelons. But actually, I do think the wind is not strong enough.
No, and I think the roads are too twisty as well. But this looks like a great road to ride.
It looks beautiful. It looks really hard for a peloton, though. It's really hard to stay in position or to get to the front when you're in the back. It's pretty small. It's turning all the time. It's up and down. It's a bit similar to this year's World Championships, actually, when I see it. It's really twisty roads, and in the end we have the final circuit, which has a lot of corners as well. I believe it's 19 corners in the 12k lap at the finish.
But they're always all 90 degrees, because it's American street planning.
Yeah, but that makes it really hard, actually, sprinting after every corner.
Yeah, after a pretty hard race as well, and probably by then still quite a big peloton. Talking about world champions, of course, we had the men's world champion on the start line for the first time in a UCI race. He was doing the crit race in Etten-Leur in the Netherlands, but his first road race, finishing 74th, Mathieu van der Poel, as in the world champion. He will be back in action pretty soon with a lot of races which will be broadcast here on GCN, Eurosport and Discovery Plus, including the one on the 13th of September, the Super 8 Classic, where he will face Wout van Aert for the first and only time left in this road season. But talking about the other world champion, Lotte Kopecky, she will be back in action from Tuesday in the 6-day stage race in the Netherlands and in Belgium for the first time, as we have a time trial in Leuven, the CIMAC Ladies Tour, which will be on your screens from Tuesday for you to enjoy, including Lotte Kopecky in action, which, Jip, she's the most worthy world champion we could ever wish for.
For sure, yeah. She had an impressive year, and she rode an maybe even more impressive race at the World Championships. She was not having a lot of teammates there, and she was riding against the Dutchies, and yeah, she was just showing the whole time that she was the strongest. Such a beautiful world champion.
Yeah, what I found really interesting about the World Championships race is that in previous years, the Belgian team didn't have any depth, apart from first Jolien D'Hoore and later Lotte Kopecky. But this year, she had quite a lot of support from the likes of Sanne Cant and especially Justine Gekiere. And you can see in that she, Lotte Kopecky, really lifts the level of Belgian cycling, Belgian women's cycling. And I've been told, this is not scientifically proven, but every time Lotte Kopecky wins a bike race, at least 10 girls will start cycling with a club as a sport.
Oh, I really hope that's true, and I actually can't believe it's a nice role model for young girls, and it's true. Belgium cycling is doing better every year, and Gekiere did rode a really strong race, but still, like, they were often just with 2 or 3 Belgians, where there were 6 Dutchies, yeah. So it wasn't a fair competition. But it's true, and I think also it's nice for girls in a team or in a country team, if you have a really big race leader where you have to work for. It gives you a job in the race, and it gives you motivation to dig deeper. And I think that's what Kopecky does to the other Belgians.
Thanks to the Twitter feed of the Maryland Cycling Classic, I think it's Rebecca Reeser doing this feed. We now also have the points for the sprint competition. Here we go. It's 12-8. We're just writing it down as we go. 6, 3, 2, and 1. But I don't know if there will be points on the line as well. It's really interesting. Normally there's a rope book, but I have not been able to find one. So we just go on the go, improvising as we go. We had Tom Scully there at the front. He's always the man racing at the front for the EF Education team. They're racing here with Nielsen Paulus, who had, of course, a spectacular start to the season. Mikkel Honoré, the Danish rider, Odd Christian Eiking, Michael Valgren, and Mark Oliver Pritson, the only representative for South Africa in the race. You only have one Dutchie as well, Nino de Jong of the Hagens Berman Action team, the development team of Axel Merckx, but with Matthias Kopecky. He's actually Czech, but he lives in Leiden, grew up in Leiden, so we'll just
make that to them.
We'll have him as an honorary Dutchie.
Yeah, Nino de Jong, just 19 years old, from Roosendaal.
Which is, for the people who don't know Roosendaal, it's almost Belgium.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost Belgium, yeah. It's in the south of the Netherlands.
Meanwhile, Stephen Vogel was caught by the peloton. The gap is manageable, as our team car there is still trying to move up. It's it will happen. He will make it happen, the team director, because as far as I can see, all our sports managers here are men, which is not a given nowadays, because there are more women in men's racing as well. Looks like we have a technical issue here for one of our riders in the breakaway, Carl Murphy.
He's giving a thumbs up.
Oh, it looks fine.
Just went to the cars for some extra water, I think. But he has a pretty big gap.
And a pretty big beard. And super cool retro glasses as well.
He does, yeah.
Because I've been researching to find new glasses. I've had my glasses for quite some time, and I think it's time for a new look. So I've been looking at glasses, but all of them are so big nowadays that like half of your face is currently obscured by glasses, whether it's the big brands or the smaller brands, doesn't really matter. It's all like half of your face. But
Yeah,
this man,
it's really a trend right now.
this man who's got the smallest glasses, like really 90s style glasses, really, really cool.
I think actually that's also what a bit of the image of this team. They're all have their unique look. They have beards. They have tattoos. It's all cool people in the team.
Yeah, they really have a pretty cool image, don't they?
They do, yeah.
But this is a retro Oakley, as I can see.
Yeah, it is.
And of course, well, I've been looking at the Oakleys as well, but they're all so big. And
and this is actually what you're looking for, Jose.
no, I'm not looking for this, because you have to find like the intermediate between having like half of a windshield in front of your face and really small. Because if you've got really small glasses, your face looks really puffy. So the ones that I have now of the Italian brand Co are actually pretty cool, and they're really comfortable. But I just need a new look. But I really haven't been able to find the new look just yet.
I will try to keep my eyes out. But it's true. All the glasses are really big nowadays. It's that's just what they do right now.
And it's also not if you go to bike races and ask like a rider of Lidl Trek or whatever. It's like, can I maybe try your glasses to see how they fit me? It's also not something that you do.
They probably would let you though.
I don't know.
I wouldn't mind
depends.
somebody trying my glasses on.
It depends if it's at the start of the race or after the race when they're all sweaty. Maybe then.
You should not want to, no. It's better before.
I just had somebody on Twitter give me some information about Carl Murphy's glasses. They're prescription. Yeah, of course, you can't have prescription glasses with the really big windshield ones. But yeah, they're really cool. I think it's a cool style there for Carl Murphy.
I totally agree. It's different. I like that.
We have EF Education Easy Post there at the front of the peloton. I just mentioned the names to you. Also, Cofidis are here. Most of them racing on US soil for the first time ever. We have Alexis Renard, Axel Zingle, Alexandre Delettre, Eddy Finet, Victor Lafay, remember him, the stage winner, stage 2 of the Tour de France. Wout van Aert still thinks about that moment. Pierre-Luc Périchon and Harrison Wood, the British rider there. That is the team of Cofidis racing here in the Maryland Cycling Classic. I was at the 2015 World Championships in Richmond, and found it absolutely amazing, the spirit of the American cycling fans. I was about, I think, 2 kilometers before the finish line. And as you know, at World Championships, the pits are always after the finish, you know, where the team mechanics are and where riders exit the race on a circuit. And there were riders who had obviously done their work in the final and just gradually drifting back. And the American fans on the side of the road, they were saying, "Yeah, you can still do it. You can still win the bike race." And I was like, "Nah, I'm not going to explain. I'm not." It was so passionate. It was absolutely brilliant to be part of that, to be part of the World Championships there.
Oh, I do believe that, and I think the riders who are dropping could actually laugh about it as well.
Mm-hmm.
It gives positive vibes.
I remember Jos van Emden being one of them, and he was looking at me, and I was looking at him, and it's like, yeah, really cool. And yes, he abandoned straight after the finish line.
Yeah.
he had done his job. But one of the things that I found in the media guide here of the Maryland Cycling Classic was a Racing 101, with all the terms that are so normal to us, I think, and to give a little bit of a 2-page explainer of what bike racing is actually about. So
that's so funny.
Yeah, it was really cool, because you sometimes kind of assume that everybody knows what we're talking about when we say that it's an echelon or a chasse patate or all the things that that we mentioned before. But it was actually really, really cool to have that. And I'm scrolling. Oh, Cycling 101. Things like an abandon or a breakaway, or what it means to bridge a gap, what's drafting, what's a feed zone. Yeah, actually really cool.
It's really cool, yeah. It's nice they explain, and I think it's also part of the organization, right? To try to make people motivated to go sporting and living a healthy lifestyle themselves. So maybe it's part of explaining the sport to make them enthusiastic about cycling.
Yeah. There was also a big event yesterday where you could race with the pros and former pros like Bobby Julich or Freddie Rodriguez and riders like that. I think Emma White was there as well. And to make it a little bit of a broader event to focus on health and lifestyle, because, well, you've been in the US racing. The infrastructure in the US for cities, for example, is just not made for bike riding. You don't have an inner city like you have in Europe, for example. It's all these big roads leading to big shopping malls and everything. And if your infrastructure is just not inviting you to take the bike, you're not taking the bike. It's simple as that. There was never a question when you were younger or when I was younger that you would take the car to school.
No, it was no option. No. You would either go, you would either walk or you go by bike.
Yeah, or by bus if it was like really like sub-zero.
Too far. Yeah.
Or snow. But no, your mum and dad would not take you to school. Well, that has changed. The new generation, there's a lot of cars at schools now as well here in the Netherlands. But
probably, and actually a lot of electric bikes as well. I see so many young people riding electric bikes to school.
Yeah, I could go all granny and angry woman yells at cloud about that. But I think if you're riding, you're riding. My mum's got an electric bike. Yeah, she's 67. But
that's the difference.
She's still she's not racing. My mum is not racing. She's riding, and otherwise she would not be riding. And with these electric bikes, I had to do 12k to school, 12 kilometers. My husband had to do 18.
It's so long.
It would be helpful to have an e-bike for that.
It is, yeah. But on the other side, I think it also makes you tough if you have to go by bike every day to school and back. If it's snowing, raining, it didn't matter. You had to go by bike to school.
That's how Bauke Mollema kind of discovered that he liked bike riding.
It's true.
He lived in the north.
Wasn't he delivering posts to people's houses or something?
I don't know, maybe he was a paper boy. But he also had to do, I think, 15k to school, something like that. Rain and wind, and he was like doing little bike racing when he was racing to school, and then figured out that he actually liked it.
Yeah, and actually it's a way, the step to racing your bike is way easier when you're used to riding your bike to school, I think, as well. That's why it's in Europe and in Holland it's a really big sport, and in America it's way smaller.
But luckily we have bike racing on our screens with our 5 leaders. The gap is going out to 3:45 as we have some enthusiasm there on the side of the road. As the race is kind of solid at the moment, if you have any questions for me or for Jip, just let us know, and we'll try to answer that. And all your help is also thoroughly appreciated. I have been to Washington, I have been to Richmond, Virginia, and I have been to Florida, but that is basically all of the USA that I have seen in person. The Netherlands actually have quite an American-focused culture with music, with sitcoms, with series, with movies, everything. So the funny thing is that there's always more attention for the American elections than there is for example, the German or the French elections, which are pretty big countries, or the UK, pretty big countries surrounding us. So it's a pretty. We're always have been focused on the US quite a lot. But yeah, I've never been there for a longer period of time. So if you have any suggestions or just want to tell me that I am utterly wrong in saying certain things, just let us know on the social media. It's Josebeen, Josebeen TV, or Jip van der Bos, which is Jip van den Bos. Which is one of the most common names in the Netherlands anyways.
Van den Bos, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's almost a whole team of EF Pro Cycling on the front of the peloton now. They're the team controlling. They have plans for this race.
Team Coratex, L'Italia at the back there in the purple jerseys, racing with Attilio Viviani, Samuele Sambelli, Veiko Stojnic, Marco Murgano, Alexander Konishev, Lorenzo Quartucci, and Jan Stöckli, the Swiss rider. Time for refreshments there for our riders, well needed. We've got quite a few feed zones here. Around the reservoir. We're now racing around the Pretty Boy reservoir on the Dam Road. Carl Murphy here in last place with number 111. Just ahead of him, David Lozano. We have Julien Gagné in green, Carson Miles with 132, and leading this group of 5 is Oscar Sevilla. Here we are on the dam, on the Pretty Boy Reservoir. I've just been told that it's a legend about the horse. It's maybe not really historically verified, but well, legends sometimes can be a little bit more attractive than real life. But it's still called the Pretty Boy Reservoir, and it's a pretty cool name. This part of the dam road we're going to do twice. So great for the spectators on site. They get to see the peloton twice. We have Mikey Gee tuning in on social media saying that Marylanders absolutely love their flag and they incorporate the pattern on everything: clothing, bumper stickers, the lot. So that's the flag that we occasionally have on our screen. There it is again. It reminded me a little bit of clubs on playing cards, but it's got heraldic history going back to the founder of Maryland, George Calvert. So thanks for that. Just let us know where you're watching and maybe what you're having for dinner. What are you having for dinner, Yip? Because we're trying to eat as well. Not on air.
So I've actually been sick, so I was struggling with eating today. I've just been eating some bread, but I'm trying to eat some yogurt tonight. It's not really a normal dinner for me, but it's not a normal day as well.
Oh, don't forget to switch the microphone off when the yogurt comes into play. Because you've been on a bikepacking tour.
A bikepacking trip, yes, I have been. It's a short one. I went with my younger sister. She had never been on a bikepacking trip, and she really wanted to join me for once. So we went by train to Antwerp, and we rode back in 3 days. So that's about 100k every day. It wasn't too much, but we had to camp also in the evening. And
oh, you brought your own tent and everything?
Yeah. We brought everything. Yeah.
I saw there were some complaints about the coffee.
It was, yeah, but actually it was a joke. But in the morning I was making. I brought this. How do you say, these little? They're almost like tea bags, but then it's for coffee. So you only have to pour hot water over, and you have
sachets.
Yeah, and you have some filter coffee, and she's living in Amsterdam, so she's a city girl, and she prefers her cappuccino with oat milk. So she was complaining what she was getting. But I can tell you, she actually loved it, and it was a joke. So.
But you told me you can take your bike on a train.
Yeah,
How
you
does
can.
It work?
Actually, you can just buy tickets for your bike on the train, and then you can bring your bike. You just have to pay a little bit extra, and you can put your bike in the train.
Cool.
And in 2 hours, you're in Antwerp from Amsterdam, and you need 3 days to ride back. So it's really easy to get there by train. And it's crazy.
Like so if we have like a really, really big western wind, I can just, well, not western, like if it comes from the east, because if you've got a western wind where I'm living, there's not a lot of west left to go to. But I can take a train east and then just ride back with a really big tailwind.
Yeah,
that sounds appealing.
You should definitely do it one day, because it's also fun. You come way further from your home, because when you have to make a lap, it's you come half as far as, of course, if you go in one direction. And it's
and it's also you always do the same roads. It gets a little bit boring.
It is, and that's actually what I love about bikepacking. You see so much more from the country, or wherever you go. You see so much from the place where you are actually.
I was in France on holiday, and because I climb really slowly, you really get to see all the pretty flowers on the side of the road.
Oh yeah,
which was really nice.
That's a good thing of climbing slowly, Jose. That you can actually see what's on the side of the road.
Yeah, but I'm never going to be Annemiek van Vleuten anyways. So.
Oh, me neither. So, actually, that's only left for very few people.
It is going to be her last race next week. It's really incredible to imagine that this is going to be the last week of Annemiek van Vleuten as a pro bike rider. She won, of course, the Tour of Scandinavia, which was already pretty big. I've looked at the start list of the CIMAC Ladies Tour. It's stacked. It's big. So she won't really easily win it. But the prologue is actually 5 kilometers from her home, which is, of course, fantastic for family and friends to come and watch. And I do hope that she's going to have a fantastic final 6 days of her career, and you'll be able to watch it here live on GCN, Eurosport, and Discovery Plus. The CIMAC Ladies Tour, one of the last big stage races. We have Romandy, of course, still coming up, and Oh yeah, Guangxi is only a day, and Chongming is 3 days, if it's happening. I think it's happening this year.
It's supposed to happen this year, yeah, for the first time after COVID. And of course we have still European Championships. It's a one-day race, but it's crazy that the Worlds are normally that's the place of the World Championships, of course, at the end of the season, and that makes it a bit empty. But for the European people, there is still something exciting. But it's crazy, Annemiek van Vleuten, that she's stopping. It's really an end of an era where she was dominating women's cycling in the hills, in the mountains.
And I read in one of the columns of former bike rider Marijn de Vries that she said it was actually a good thing that she didn't win all that much anymore this year, because it was also thanks to her, partly thanks to her, but I do think a lot thanks to her, that the rest of the level of women's cycling has stepped up to the level of Annemiek van Vleuten, and now she's losing to a younger generation, which is how things go, and it's only a natural moment to quit right now. But yeah, one more week of Annemiek van Vleuten in action for you to enjoy. We're at 120 kilometers, 83 miles, 120k from the line. And we have a race that is, stable. We have 5 leaders. You can see the names on your screen. The 2 Spaniards, David Lozano, Oscar Sevilla, Carl Murphy from California, Carson Miles and Julien Gagné, 2 riders from Canada. There they are. Gap around the 3-minute mark. We had a pretty exciting start to the race with lots of attacks happening. And in the end, these 5 riders made it into the breakaway. Breakaway substantially smaller than it was last year, where the decisive break was already made in the first hour. 25 riders back then, and over half of the field was outside the time limit due to the very, very fast opening hours of the first edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic. But these 5 riders, with all due respect, they are not a big threat to the rest of the peloton. They are kept at a short leash of just 3 minutes, won't be given much more than that. So that is the situation. Not a lot really to discuss so far. We've seen some good support from the side of the road. We've seen the Pretty Boy Reservoir, and we are gradually making our way to the north now, the northernmost point of the race, called the Gunpowder Road, which is a great name as well, where we have our second King of the Mountains point. First one was won by David Lozano, 4 points for him, 2 for Sevilla, which means, as Jip indicated before, that if Lozano manages to win the second sprint as well, he already has that jersey in the bag and earns himself a trip to the podium, if of course he finishes the race, which is absolutely necessary to do to get a jersey. So Lozano in the hot seat at the moment. It was a contested sprint there with him and Oscar Sevilla, but a good sprint there by the 2 Spaniards in our breakaway of 5. As we're making our way to the most northern point, we actually end up with this race in the most southern point, which is of course the city of Baltimore. And this area actually has their own dog breed as well, called the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. It's one of the retrievers, gun dog. You have curly coats, Labrador, golden retrievers, the lot, dog tolling retrievers, etc. And there's actually an interesting story about the Chesapeake Bay Retriever, because in 1807 there was a ship called the Canton, and it was sinking. And on that ship, when people were trying to save their souls, also 2 pups that were saved by a gentleman on the ship called Hugh Thompson. And these 2 pups, they were not bred together, though it was a male and a female, but they were incorporated into the population of local hunting and gun dogs. And gradually we ended up with the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. The 2 pups were actually a breed that doesn't exist anymore. It's called a water dog, smaller Newfoundland dog. Newfoundland dogs, of course, from Canada. These big woolly brown and black dogs, real water dogs. But the Chesapeake Bay Retriever is a lot smaller, usually brown with wavy hair. They're not really all that common in the retriever group, with of course the golden retriever and the Labrador being quite more common. But they are, as I've been told, the mascot of the University of Maryland. So you can have a dog as a mascot. That is, of course, great. Dogs are fantastic. So thanks for that, Mike, for giving us that interesting fact. It's always good to have a little dog fact. I once did the tour of Hungary and went over all, I think, 5 Hungarian dog breeds. Because in a past, I was actually a qualified dog trainer. Yes, I did give puppy courses. Yeah, there's a secret to everybody. I think it was like late 20s or something like that. So you had to do like some canine college to get to learn all the dog breeds, including the 5 that they have in Hungary and all the retrievers and the entire gun dog group. But real fun. The graphic on your screen saying voice of Mike Badley. We don't have that because that comes with the original coverage with the American commentators, with Brett Soner and Freddie Rodriguez. Kelly Benefits, like I explained, is one of the sponsors of this race, also sponsor of a team. And they are located in Sparks, Maryland, where we had the start of our race. And if you look at the map, for those of you not really familiar with the geography of the United States, we are slightly to the northeast of Washington. Maryland is the state above Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., of course, not being a state. It's on the Chesapeake Bay, as I just explained, and yeah, a bit in the middle between Washington and Philadelphia. So we're on the East Coast of the United States. About 500,000 inhabitants in Baltimore itself, and about 3 million in the entire district, the entire agglomeration of Baltimore. They have a fantastic aquarium, I've been told. Fort McHenry. They have, of course, the Harbour Inn, where we are, where we're going to see our local finishing circuit. There's a zoo as well, universities. It's a big hub there on the east coast of the US. But we're racing towards the north. We're now basically racing around the Pretty Boy Reservoir. Especially the temperatures, the weather is kind of challenging for the riders. If you want to tune in, if you want to check in, let us know where you're watching. We have Joshua checking in from Chicago, getting ready for lunch there. Well, we are trying to finish our evening meal in between the coverage, because for us here in the Netherlands, the race finishes around 11 at night. So yeah, we do need to make sure the feed zone is okay. We have asked our spouses to provide it's a Swanee today. I don't know how it works with you, Yip, but I just sent text downstairs and said, can I have a coffee? Can I have a tea? Can I have something? And then it's been just brought upstairs to me. That's how it works.
Wow.
Yeah.
You did really well then. I actually provide myself, but it's fine because... Sorry, you should hear me better right now. I was just returning back for my dinner break, and I was telling that you did a really good job then by having somebody downstairs who was bringing you drinks and everything. But actually, I'm lucky as well because my boyfriend at the moment is rebuilding our house, so there's a lot of work to be done. So I'm sitting at his parents' house right now.
Ah.
And he's working hard at home, so yeah, we both have to do our own work.
Great shot here of the reservoir. Looks like a fantastic place for canoeing and kayaking. One of my favorite podcasts at the moment is called Real Survival Stories, or Real Survivor Stories. And one of them is about, it's not this lake, it's at the border in the the north, so Lake Superior. But it's fantastic story of two people getting stranded on a kayaking trip and basically being surrounded by fire because the fire all of a sudden turned direction. Nobody had really seen that coming. But you already know from the start of the podcast that the people are going to survive it, hence the name Real Survivor Stories. So you hear the people who actually survived it. The other was a guy who fought with a bear, because he came across a mother bear and two of her cubs, which is a very dangerous situation. There was two guys stuck in a crevice in Mount Washington. Absolutely fantastic podcast. Can really recommend it because, you're always like crying out all the time. No, this can't happen. This really can't happen. This didn't happen.
It sounds crazy.
It's fantastic podcast. Really. Go find
and the good thing is, they survived. So that's it's a good story. Yeah.
But at a certain point, this guy was actually fighting the bear and poking his fingers in the eyes of the bear, and
No.
And making it back to his car. Yeah, really amazing story. But this is narrated by a British actor called John Hopkins, not to be mistaken with Johns Hopkins, which is of course the famous university over here. But yeah, absolutely great podcast. Really hooked.
It's an American podcast.
The stories are mostly Canadian and American. The guy who was stuck in the crevice was not in Washington. It was Mount Cook, so that's New Zealand. But it's all English. Yeah, it's not people getting. It's not people getting stuck.
It's worldwide. No,
it's not people getting stuck on the Failure. No.
It's a bit less impressive.
We have no wilderness here. We have controlled wilderness.
Yeah, we have a few wild horses maybe somewhere, but...
We have Maria checking in from Nashville, Tennessee, who is absolutely ready to have a latte. Well, make it an oatmeal latte then, maybe?
Yeah, I should definitely do that. You would make my sister happy.
We were driving back home from France yesterday, and there was actually a real barista at the gas station.
Wow, you're lucky then.
And it was the most amazing coffee I ever had in France. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it is possible.
It says something about the regular coffees you get in France then, I guess, but... It's so close to Italy, but they're so different in making their coffees.
If you drive to Italy, it's almost like the first gas station across the border where I'm going to stop and ask for a proper espresso. It's like,
everywhere where you will stop, you get a good espresso in Italy.
It's impossible to get bad espresso in Italy. Anyways, back to the racing. We're here on Bexley Field Road. Look at a bit of uneven surface.
Yeah, we just had a part where we were mostly going downhill. And now we're getting mostly uphill again.
Yeah, the graphic that we have in the colors of Maryland, which is great, may seem slightly extreme, but that's of course what you have on the y-axis. The highest point, like I said, is about 225 meters above sea level. So it makes it look really, really impressive. I saw the elevation profiles of the CMARC Ladies Tour. And there they have kind of the same system because the axis is in meters and not in 10, 20 or 30, but just 1, 2 and 3 and 4 because the Netherlands. And it makes the racing look like a proper alpine expedition while it's in Lelystad. Yeah.
Where it's actually totally flat, so but actually that's not the truth about today because it's not flat at all. It's not like we're not going to climb mountains in Maryland, but it's hills all the time. Yeah. It's climbs from just maybe a few hundred meters, but it makes it really tough when it's the whole day like that. And that's what you see as well. You really see that they are climbing.
If you look at the Palmares of Oscar Sevilla, it starts all the way back in 1998, like I said, with the Kelmid team, when he was already racing races like Paris-Nice and the Giro d'Italia and Catalonia, all the way to 2023. He was second in the Vuelta in 2001, a race that was won by Angel Casero on the heydays of the EPO era. He was, of course, also suspended, Oscar Sevilla, for I think 1.5 years. But he's still racing, and yeah, you have to applaud him for that. That they can still find the spirit to keep racing well into your 40s. He will be 47 at the end of this month, Oscar Sevilla, and still find the energy to do that, to keep your body fit, to watch your eating, to watch your sleep, to not go all overboard with your social life and concerts and festivals and what have you, and then still have the drive to do this after 1998. That's 25 years ago.
It is crazy, yeah. But I think for him it doesn't feel like he's sacrificing a lot of things. He must really like to do this for his work. Else he wouldn't do it anymore at the age of 46. You often hear from cyclists who have actually a bad balance in their lives during their sportive lives, that they stop early in their careers, they're just done with it, they have to sacrifice so many things.
It is a big sacrifice being a pro rider.
Yeah, but if you really like what you're doing, it feels like less like a sacrifice, of course.
We saw Lawson Craddock there at the tail end of the peloton. One of the many Americans here. Almost 1 in 4 riders here is, of course, from the US. He's a man from Texas. End of contract with his team. I haven't heard anything just yet about a new contract there for Lawson Craddock. The other man from Texas, of course, Chet Haga, is going to retire after this year. Sadly, he's recovering from a broken, I think, wrist injury. But he's going into gravel.
And this group is now on the second QOM of the day. A climb from 1 kilometer, 7% average. And like you see, it's not easy. They're all standing on the pedals.
Yeah, it's a 1.1 kilometer long climb indicated in the road book. And we do know that Lozano, the man in the bluish green jersey of Novo Nordisk, there he is in last place, won that first sprint. 4 points for him. Sevilla was in second place. So we're going to look at the two Spaniards again for these points.
And Sevilla is already in the wheel of Lozano. He knows what he has to do. He knows he has to beat Lozano to make a chance to win the jersey. There's some crazy supporters here.
Oh yeah, this is lovely. This is what I remember from the Tour of California.
There they go.
It's Lozano in first place, Sevilla on his wheel for the 4 and 2 points there. Looks like Sevilla might just catch him on the line there. It's a really tough sprint, but it's again Lozano picking up the 4 points, meaning that Lozano is now on 8 and Sevilla is on 4. I haven't been able to find a road book, but normally if it's a tie, which is of course still possible, if Sevilla wins the last KOM and this man doesn't get any points, then it will be decisive who won the most sprints and that's this man. So in any case, if he finishes the race, he will be our winner of the King of the Mountains classification. Good work there by David Lozano.
And that's a nice thing to know. Not even halfway this race that you already know if you finish the race, you will win a jersey.
And a pretty cool one in it as well.
Like all the jerseys here. You said before, they're very special jerseys.
Very vibrant. All of a sudden, Jip, if our graphics are correct, the gap has come down to 1.5 minutes.
It says so, yeah. It has gone really quick then.
And cars are leaving the convoy as well, meaning that the gap is probably coming down as we speak. This is an interesting situation. We've still got 75 miles to go, and keep calculating that should be around the 100k mark. Yeah, more or less. We're about halfway. No, we're not halfway. Not even halfway.
I think we're around 123 kilometers to go. 120 kilometers.
You're right. I even wrote that down on my sheet that the KOM wasn't.
That the KOM was on that. It's difficult with the miles and the kilometers, right? I'm confused as well.
And I'm getting peckish. I need to eat and stay focused. But yeah, the peloton is... there's new teams at the front as well with Israel Premitech there, Jayco AlUla.
Yeah, and it's not a big peloton. It's not a big peloton.
Nope,
it's a small peloton.
Seems like riders are getting dropped as we speak, as some of the big teams, the World Tour teams now, getting to the front there. With Lidl Trek, with Cofidis, Israel Premitech, you have Education Easy Post. This is an interesting situation. It's
and also Jayco AlUla there on the front.
Many different groups as we speak. And we haven't really seen what happened. Was it due to a crash? Was it just the first group climbing a lot faster, a lot stronger? But this is an interesting race situation.
It must have gone really hard because the gap went down really quick. It has been going fast for actually a long time because the gap was above the 3 minutes. And it went down really, really fast. Before it was EF who was controlling the peloton for almost the beginning of the race. And now it's all the teams working together. Or actually racing together. 45 seconds left. They're already seeing the first group. The peloton is flying, or actually what's left from the peloton is flying.
Looks like we are going to a completely new situation. We're going to race around the lake another time. So we just did our KOM. That was on the Gunpowder Road. We're now riding in the northerly direction to Baker School Road, back down to Middletown Road, and then we are back at the Pretty Boy Dam. There we are. There it is, the dam.
Right on time.
Right on cue. Our riders, David Lozano, Oscar Sevilla, Carl Murphy, Carson Miles and Julien Gagné. Of course, everybody racing with radio communication. They will already be informed of the situation behind them. Maybe it will cool down a little bit. But they went up that climb really, really fast then.
Yeah, we didn't really see what happened in the peloton, but they must have gone really fast on that climb, but also the kilometers before already. And the group even got smaller right now. I wonder which riders are in there. And of course these guys know that they are coming. They're gonna save a little bit of energy.
Look at this fantastic place. And in the sunshine, a really, really cool place to be. But I still have that podcast of these two people kayaking on Lake Superior and the border waters on my mind, so maybe I'm not kayaking anytime soon.
Maybe better bike riding then. But I wonder if these riders can enjoy it, can enjoy the views, because they're suffering, I think.
Meanwhile, we have some more people checking in. Andrew, who is actually American, he lives in Poland and he watches the race back home in the US. So that's really international. Thanks for tuning in. Rachel Lee is checking in from Michigan. She's actually lived in Baltimore and she loves seeing her home roads. So thanks for checking in. Thanks for watching, keeping us company here on this very long broadcast. 2 hours in, Yip. 3 hours to go.
Yeah, but it's actually good the racing is starting now. You see Skjelmose here on the front of the peloton.
It does mean that I have to eat.
Yeah.
Maybe I can do gels like these guys do.
Yeah, some a quick energy source to keep on going.
Matthias Skjelmose at the front. There's hardly any time to eat there for the Danish champion of the Lidl Trek team. Fantastic rider, Matthias Skjelmose. Really developed fast, actually still really young.
Yeah, had a really strong season already.
He will be 23 at the end of this month. Man from Copenhagen. Won the Tour of Switzerland this year. Last year he was the winner of the Tour of Luxembourg, which was actually his breakthrough performance. Earlier this year, a stage in Étoile de Bessèges. He won a stage in Tour des Alpes Maritimes et du Var, two stage races in the south of France, early February. That stage in Switzerland and the overall, of course, the Danish national title and that Queen stage of the Tour of Denmark on the 17th of August in Vejle. Very interesting development. I see Matthias Vacek is there as well, the Czech national champion. It's hard to recognize riders there. So we have a big attack there from one of the Israel Primatech riders. The game is on. 20 seconds between our 5 leaders and the peloton. This is absolutely fantastic racing so early on in the race.
It doesn't look like Derek G to me.
Now, it can't always be Derek G.
It can't always be Derek G, but we're always hoping for Derek G, actually. And he's almost catching this first group.
Well, it's already over. That means that, well, if we take into account last year's race, where half of the peloton was outside of the time limit, it does mean that Davide Lozano really has to finish this race in order to get that mountain jersey. Otherwise, he still has nothing. But this is some great racing. Matteo Jorgensen there in second place, racing for the American national team, but you can still recognize him, of course, by his Movistar helmet and, well, his tall stature. Tom Squinch is there as well for Lidl Trek. Nielsen Powell is there in third position. One of the riders of Jayco Alula looks to be Chris Harper there. Well, and Simon Yates is there as well. Really interesting racing. Seems to be at least 4 riders there for Lidl Trek, as Skjelmose is looking at the troops. And there we are. Wow.
It's coming back together. And it looks like there's also a lot of Cofidis riders in what's left of the peloton.
Yeah, they have a strong team here, of course, with Victor Lafay, who is moving on. He's leaving Cofidis at the end of this year. According to rumours in French press, he is moving on to AG Desert. According to what I read on Wielerflits, I can't remember which French source they had, but they did offer him a big contract, a big new contract at Cofidis of $1.5 million a year. But he decided to settle with a little bit less and then move up to AG Desert. Citroën, the other French team. Interesting move there by Victor Lafay, who especially in that first week of the Tour de France was spectacular. There we have Emils Lipins, the Latvian national champion. A lot of helmets there for Lidl Trek in that first group. At least 3 as well for Jaco Alula. 3 for Israel Premitech. We'll soon have the names for you. There's Hamilton there, Jaco Alula.
And there's a lot of attacks in the peloton. And it looks like Pauwels here in the back, actually.
Yeah, number 21,
Paulus.
Neilson Paulus. He was on the podium last year. Remember, Van Marke won the race ahead of Sikowski. Paulus was a third.
And it's EF pulling in the front now.
Is this a repeat? Because I thought I already saw the moment they were caught.
I thought so too, but they probably didn't directly made it. Oh, this was a throwback, I think.
It's like I'm seeing double.
And Simon Yates here on the front right now. This year is fourth in Tour de France. Excuse me, that was my Siri coming through.
Siri is helping us out here. What did she find about Simon Yates?
I directly swiped it away, so I actually don't know.
I don't know why it does that sometimes. I thought I have it switched off constantly, but then all of a sudden it's there again. We have the Pan American champion there, Pierre-André Coté. Great jersey, by the way. Number 44, Eddie Finet. 37, that's Lucas Hamilton. This is Hugo Hull. Tyler Stites there, Project Echelon Racing. Really interesting situation, and looking behind this group, the gap is getting big. Of course, this is a group, Yip, with a lot of big hitters from the World Tour. Israel Premitech, technically not World Tour, but it's one of the biggest teams in the world. They've made some fantastic signings for next year, by the way. Really wanting to step back up to that level. But this is a really interesting group.
This is a really interesting group. All the strong riders are in. All the favorites for today are in. I don't think there will be groups who are dropped right now will come back to this group, because everybody who needs to be here is here.
Yeah, who's going to pace that group back? There's not a lot of big teams losing out, although I don't see a lot of Astana in this first group.
That's true.
There's hardly
they might
any
totally
Astana.
miss out. Yeah, I've seen none.
Boo.
So they're definitely chasing this group, but I do think this group went away just on one of those hard moments, because all the strong riders are in. I think if Astana is really not in there, they're just not good enough today.
Yeah, harsh but true. We've done this road before. Why are you throwing the bottle on that side of the road. Interesting.
Maybe to the people who are standing there.
I didn't see anybody.
Then it's a bit odd.
From Boise, Idaho, started as a youngster, junior, all the way through the ranks.
There is Pierre-André Côté. If I'm correct, this is the Pan American jersey. Victor Lafay. I think we've got 5 riders there of Lidl Trek. The 2 national champions there with Vacek and Skelmos, 3 national champions with Lipin, Skelmos and Vacek. Squinch must be still there. I haven't seen Galopin. And this is Jorgensen and Yates. 116 is Eder Freire, a Mexican rider of Legions of Los Angeles. Looks like Mexico will have a rider at the very highest levels of cycling anytime soon, with Isaac del Toro Romero, normally racing for the AR Monex team out of San Marino. He's only 19 years old. He wins the Tour de l'Avenir after some really audacious racing. They kind of lost a lot of time, Mexico, in that team time trial, but in the mountains Isaac was absolutely on fire. There's been a lot of interest already in the youngster from Mexico, and it looks like for the first time in, I think, 20 years or something, Mexico will have a rider at the highest level already. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about UAE, but according to Isaac on Escape Collective, it was a pure coincidence that he was racing on a Colnago bike and a Met helmet, because yeah, he just bought the Met helmet in the shop because it was available. But there's a lot of rumors there around the youngster from Mexico, but he will have a bright future ahead of him. Needing some refreshments there, the man from Boise, Idaho, Matteo Jorgensen.
Hopefully he's not in trouble.
Of course, he's leaving Movistar, joining Jumbo-Visma next year. Matteo Jorgensen signing
for the
some,
next 3 years, I believe.
Yeah, they signed some young talent. Also Ben Tulett, the British rider, coming over from Team Ineos. So a lot of young GC prospects coming over to the team, making it one of well, basically making sure that they stay on top of the food chain in cycling.
Yeah, they're maybe not the popular team in the cycling world, but they're definitely having a really good season again, with winning already the Giro and the Tour de France, of course, and trying to win the Vuelta again the coming 2 weeks.
Not popular? Why are they not popular?
I believe they're not so popular because of their style of their style of racing. They're quite they're always calculating. They're not riding really on their instinct. They're really riding scientifically. And I do believe a lot of spectators do not really like that. They like the style of Remco Evenepoel or Pogacar, who are riding with their heart, with their instinct.
Yeah, but you can't all have. Even Mathieu van der Poel this year, he had to acknowledge that he can't race with his heart all the time. That he has to to focus on certain races, and well, that turned out pretty well with 2 monuments and a world title, 2 world titles and counting. But yes, we've.
I totally agree, and I think what Jumbo-Visma is doing is it's really smart, but it's not always the most fun watching. It's a way of winning the most races.
I said on Twitter the other day they're trying to SD Works this Vuelta, being 1, 2, 3 on the podium, but I do think that Roglic is stronger than Vingegaard at the moment.
I did think so as well. You saw it today again with Roglic getting some seconds at 2K before the finish, where the times were taken. Roglic took a gap on all the other GC riders, and also Vingegaard couldn't follow him. And it's not a strange thing, I think, after Vingegaard winning the Tour de France. He did not go on an altitude camp before this Vuelta, which is actually needed in these days. Everybody goes on an altitude camp before a Grand Tour. I do think he's going to ride a really good Vuelta, but Roglic had a way better training schedule going into this Vuelta. But of course, it's crazy that Vingegaard is a domestique then in this Vuelta for Roglic, a rider who just won a Tour de France.
At the moment, it's all about Sepp. Sepp,
yeah, that's
Sepp
true.
is the man. He still has 2.5 minutes on the competition, so yeah.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah,
It might be happening.
It would be great if he is winning this Vuelta.
Yeah, we would have a national day of celebration in Colorado to celebrate National Sepp Kuss Day. There will be babies named after Sepp.
Yeah, already I think he doesn't even have to win this Vuelta to for that.
He's the Derek Guy of United States.
And
I had a question. That. Yeah, I had a question coming in from Eric about racing abroad. I think. Well, one of the things that we see here about equipment is that the organisers, or maybe they just rent these cars, but yeah, you can't, of course, bring your team cars over. But you do have to bring your bikes over. You've flown to the United States. You just have to check in your own bikes, I assume.
Yeah, normally the teams make everything ready. They have your race bikes at the service course, and they pack everything. But yeah, then you arrive at the airport and you get your bike box with normally 2 bikes, because you bring your race bike and your spare bike. Because like you see on the roofs of the cars, there are spare bikes, and you have to fly them to America or wherever you go. It's a really big organization for teams to race in different continents, to fly to China or America, because it's not only bikes you have to bring. You have to bring massage tables. You have to bring a lot of bottles, a lot of food bars.
Yeah. Personally,
everything.
I never understood the massage table thing, because if you go, I've been to the Tour of Turkey a few times. Is there not a possibility that you just have a local massage table instead of in your coolers and everything? I do, of course, I do understand that you have to have your mechanics kit and your bikes and your spare bikes and everything, but like massage tables or coolers, they can be arranged locally. You don't have to fly them in.
Yeah, I guess that should be an option, but I think that needs to be organized by the organization then, because when you arrive there are so many things to do. You have to travel, you have to rent a car. I think when you also have to rent massage tables and coolers and have to drive everywhere and arrange it, it's just taking so much more time than bringing everything by plane. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's all in the details, and yeah, you just don't wanna miss out when you fly everything already to another continent to not have it 100% perfect.
No,
you
that's
don't want to
true.
risk that.
And that's why a lot of these teams do the double. They are going to race in Canada as well. It's still a pretty expensive trip, but then you have 3 races, 1 in the Pro Series, this one, and 2 at World Tour level. So still a considerable amount of points available for the effort that you put in. But I remember when we still had the racing in California and Utah, there were riders going to altitude camp in California. Laurens de Dam, Robert Geesing, bringing their family over, and just making a trip to the west coast of the US and train there and just have a good time with family as well. But that was 8 days of racing. This is of course only 3. It's expensive, yes, but with this race so close to the ones in Canada, they try to attract more top-level teams to race here as well.
Yeah, and I do think it's a good thing because when there's racing in America or in Canada, it's easier for kids from these countries to get on a bike themselves. It's when you can see a race, you can. It will make you enthusiastic about it. It makes you believe that you can do it yourself. So it is important that there's races. It's just not easy for teams and organizations to manage it. It's way easier when everything's in Europe, but it's good that cycling is all over the world.
Yeah, and sometimes you have these provisions. For example, if you're racing in countries like Malaysia or in China, that they say, okay, we're having a time trial, but we're not bringing our time trial bikes. Everybody's racing the time trial on a normal road bike to have a level playing field, but also to reduce costs, of course, to not bring 3 bikes or 4 bikes even. Which is, of course, in cyclocross always a big issue with the, one remaining World Cup that we have left on the 8th of October in Waterloo. The Trek team, they're racing on the grounds of Trek. They have to bring their bikes, but all the rest is there, you know, the mechanics and everything is there. So that makes the trip a little bit easier to digest financially. But yeah, it's a big trip over. The same goes, for example, for the US and Canadian riders living in Europe. For the national championships, going back the last weekend of June for the national championships, and that's why sometimes a lot of big names based in Europe are not traveling back for the national championships in either Canada or the US.
Yeah, and I totally understand it because it's such an effort to fly up and down all the time. They already have to make a big effort because when you're from Europe, you can just live at your hometown, for example. And when you're from America or Canada, you have to sacrifice your whole life actually to live in Europe, to race races in Europe.
It's hard. You know, it's hard to be away from family. Goes for New Zealand, Australian riders as well, of course, and riders based in Africa or in
everywhere,
Asia.
Yeah. Yeah, cycling is so much based in Europe. It's way easier for people from Europe to get in the cycling world because you can compare it with your normal life. And when you're out of Europe, you have to sacrifice your whole life to be a cyclist. Yeah, and I always have so much respect for those riders.
Can be mentally really, really draining. Trying to get an overview of our riders in Group 1, but the live ticker is crashing. There's too many people on the live. Get away of the live ticker, people. We need to get on. We need to get on to the live ticker.
We maybe can try to say...
The entire website is now crashed.
It doesn't work anymore. On Pro Cycling Stats, though, you see a little bit who's in this first group. But we could see ourselves as well, like all the big names like Schiamose, Lafay, Yates, Paulus. They're all in. And it's funny, like you said before, there's not really sprinters actually in this group. And that's, I think, because this is just a really hard race. It's more a race for classic type of riders, for one-day race, people who are good in one-day races. It's almost a spring race, a classic race, because it's so hilly all day, and in the end it's a lot of corners as well.
Okay, working. Yes, off the back.
Last year we saw Paulus getting third in that sprint in the end, and he's not a sprinter at all. He's good in hills and climbing. So it's that type of riders that where the race is suited for.
We don't have a KOM or a sprint or anything coming up, but the action is on again at the front. It's a rather big group with Hamilton here. Lewis Hamilton all the way at the tail end of the peloton. You can actually see the road being completely undulating there.
Ooh.
Oof. Oh, that is a good save. Wow.
Impressive.
That's why these guys are pros and I am an absolute amateur.
Now this group is working well together. Everybody's taking their turn.
We have no idea how far back the peloton is. I don't see them, but we also don't see the sports directors' cars behind this group. So the gap might just not be substantial enough just yet. We have some neutral service cars, first team cars moving up. These are, of course, still quite probably the same team cars as we had for our 5 riders at the front. We also have Gleb Brushenski in this group. He is a rider for Astana, but he is the Asian Continental Champion, so that's why he's also wearing a distinctive jersey and not the blue jersey of Astana. Andrea Perron, one of the riders there for the Novo Nordisk team, also a veteran rider for that squad. Paulus here. Breakthrough season for him. Well, the Classica San Sebastian was already a little bit of a breakthrough event for him, but this year he had a specifically good start of the season in France, with winning both Marseillaise and Étoile de Bessèges, and then going on to become a little bit of a classics man there. Neilson Paulus was 7th in Milan-San Remo, 3rd in Dwars door Vlaanderen, 5th in the Tour of Flanders. So a great streak there for Neilson Paulus there on in the classics. Really great to see him there.
Wonder what he could do, what he can do today. Beforehand, he said he loves to race here, to be back in the States, have his favorite food here the days before.
Yeah, he said that he had his favorite food, including sushi, which I think, well, I don't know where he lives, whether it's Girona or Andorra or one of these places, but I assume they have sushi there.
I do assume they have sushi there. It's pretty spread all over the world, I think, but maybe the sushi in America is different from the European version of sushi. I can imagine, like everything is a bit different in the States.
It is always a little bit different there. Yeah. Carl Murphy still there with his beard and fantastic retro Oakleys. You can see the difference there with the man in front of him who has windshield-sized glasses, and then Carl Murphy with his 90s style super small ones.
I wonder where he could get those.
Maybe they're 3D printed or he bought them in a thrift shop. I don't know. But they're actually pretty cool.
They are really cool.
Now we are halfway into the race. 60 miles to go, which is 90k. So next up is our sprint, which should be in about 15 kilometers from now. And straight after our sprint, we go to our final King of the Mountains sprint. We do know that Oscar Sevilla and David Lozano are still both in this group. None of the other riders in this first group have any interest in getting points for that King of the Mountains classification, but yeah, it might also be a springboard for some action going on, and that they just won't let these two veteran Spaniards go for the points. But we'll see. That comes up in about 15 kilometers or about 10 miles from now.
Yeah, and of course the riders who are in the first breakaway, they're not working in this group. They're sitting in the back here. They put a lot of effort already in the in the beginning of this race. It's not up to them right now. And it's interesting to see because, for example, Schiamose is really riding in the front here.
Hope that today is going to be Tom Squin's day.
Yeah, it actually looks like it because Skuins is not really turning in the front here. They're really saving him. But we see Lipins and Vacek, they're also turning in the front. And Powell's here in the back as well. Saving himself for the final. For sure he's hoping to do better than last year with a third spot. There isn't much better than winning in your home country. And actually, while we saw EF riding in the front of the peloton in the first half of the race, there's only 2 riders of EF in this group.
I would say that's Tom Scully there at the front, or he just came off the front there, but I say the images at times are a little bit pixelated, so it's hard to recognize riders. But the speed is well and truly on in between the cornfields here. And our graphics are gone as well, but yeah, we had our first lumpy bit, and if we look at the profile from what's coming out, it's still a little bit lumpy. We still have 1 KOM to go, but then basically from arriving in Baltimore, which is at sea level, there's not a meter of elevation to be found anymore. And then we have some true crit style racing. I do remember that there was a really lively scene of crits in the US. They tried to revive that at the moment with a pretty impressive prize pot there for the crit series they have now. But there's also a little bit of difficulties with some teams not really being part of it, like Legions of LA, for example. But we have these races on GCN for you to enjoy. Crit racing in the US is always very interesting. I remember Ira Sloppendale, our colleague, explaining that for a summer she went crit racing in the US, which was absolutely really interesting financially, she said, because the premiums are pretty good, but also just the lifestyle there, racing there, staying with host families, being a guest in ordinary family homes. She really has great memories from her time racing crits with United Healthcare. Have you raced crits over in the US?
No, I haven't. But I've heard a lot of it because I had several teammates from the US, and it's a really big scene, and it's really different than the crits we have here in the Netherlands or Belgium. It's really a style. It's a different group of people actually doing the crits than other road races. It's fast. It's short. It's really explosive.
Yeah, our circuit is going to be 7.5 miles, so 12k. You said it's 9 corners, 11 corners?
No, 19 corners.
19
in every
corners.
in every lap.
Including 2 in the last kilometre, or actually 3. We could have gone straight left, but we're going to do a little detour on Hopkins Plaza, which adds another 2 90-degree turns to our impressive total of 19.
Yeah, I do believe that's actually how it works with American crits. It's a lot of corners also in the last part. I saw a short video of this year's American crit championships.
Yeah.
Won at the women's race won by Corinne Lebecki. And there were so many corners. She was so early in the front. I haven't counted them, but there were so many corners and nobody was passing her just because of all the corners, actually.
I wish we had crit championships over here, because it's so much fun. Other countries have crit championships, like UK have them, Australia, New Zealand, US, presumably Canada, I don't know. But crit championships would be actually really cool in the Netherlands, because our little, rondje rond de kerk, a little tour around the church, is the very foundation of many careers.
It is, but it's actually funny because when you get older, there's not really a crit scene in the Netherlands. While in other countries there's really a different group of people doing the crits than the people who are doing the road racing. And something we don't really have. Everybody, when you get older, you go on. You're going to ride like more classic type of races, more not really laps, but more races in line.
Yes, circuits, yeah. City-to-city races, classics.
Yeah.
Simon Yates there at the front for Jaco Alula. We have our birthday boy there, Nielsen Paulus. Happy birthday, Nielsen. It's going to be 27. He is 27 today.
It's a young boy still.
He's still a young guy. But compared to me, yep, everybody's kind of young. Still, also a lot of people still older than I am. But when it comes to bike racing, a lot of these guys are still very young.
But that's crazy. Actually, a lot of these good bike races nowadays are also younger than I am, actually.
Yeah, they're 21.
Yeah.
Or 20. Like
there's so many. Yeah, there's so many young riders who are in the top of the peloton right now.
Yeah, the battle for the white jersey is just as fierce as the one for the yellow jersey nowadays. Riley Sheen very active there at the front for the Israel Premier Tech team. We have Vacek very active, Tom Squinch of course. Ooh, we have a little group happening right now. This is interesting.
This is really interesting.
Paulus is there, Vacek, Squinch. I don't know about your images, but mine are kind of going away.
Mine are still there, but it's just, it's not really clear. It's interesting because both the two riders of Israel, I think, are both in this group of Israel Premier Tech. And actually, we didn't mention it yet, Jose, but the big rider we are missing in this first group is Derek G. He's not in this first group, I believe.
Derek, what are you doing to us?
We were hoping for him to finally win a race here, actually. But still, Israel Premier Tech is doing a good job with two riders in this first group. And they're having a proper gap. These guys are looking to each other. I do think there's still one group in between.
Mexican rider here at the tail end of this group, Eder Freire. The camera is moving up. We have Scott McGill here, our local lad. He is from Maryland. Also Tyler Stites in this first group. Looks like Chris Harper was moving up there.
Simon Yates.
Simon Yates as well. Now we have our first name, the Pan American champion, Pierre-Henri Coté. Looks like Oscar Sevilla is still in the game. There he is. This is Hugo Hull with number 6. We have Alexander Balmer. He had a good race here last year as well. Axel Zingler here with 41. The 3 national champions for Lidl Trek are here. With Lipins Skelmoser, who is on bottle duty. This is Tony Galopin. He was there all the time. The old warrior. He will be a sports director next year at Lotto Destiny. He's part of the Lotto Bélisol team for a while, especially signed because of Bélisol France and Belgium. Fantastic man, Tony Galopin. Very kind rider, and he will be behind the wheel next year. Good that his experience is still out there for next year. Winner, of course, of a Tour de France stage, yellow jersey wearer, and winner of Classica San Sebastian, and well, more of these super wins there. But especially a really large contingent there of Lidl Trek in that first group.
And it looks like everything got back together in the front. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that it got back together. And this is for the first time the peloton we have here.
Our sprint is coming up, and that is also our final KOM.
And it's a bit confusing to me now, because we just saw the leaders in the front again.
It is confusing, but we'll get there. We'll get there in the end. I absolutely love this road. Great road. And a little bit of shade for the guys in the race as well. Look how pretty this is.
It is pretty. The whole course is pretty, actually.
Great to have the Maryland County and Baltimore City really helping out to make this race safe and race on open roads, which, as we discussed before, is just not easy. And as is being pointed out to me by Kate, the reason, one of the reasons crit racing is so popular is because you don't have to close off a whole lot of roads. Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, of course. And it's also nice for the spectators, actually, that you see the riders passing by more than once.
Yeah, and then have your little craft beer and some snacks. Yeah, sounds like a good day. Other people really exhausting themselves, and me just watching the bike racing. It's a bit of a story of my life, actually. Although I do a little bit of bike racing myself. Bike riding, not bike racing.
Not a little bit, Jose. I believe it's almost daily, so...
It's almost daily, but it's very slow. But yeah, it's almost daily.
It doesn't matter.
But now we're back home, so now I'm on dog duties as well. So look at this. This is the craft beer moment.
They're waiting for this group to arrive at the.
Well, this time it's like it's half past. It's half past. Oh God, yeah. Well, the people watching in the UK as well. I think in the UK we call this 8:30. We call it 9:30. But it's 39 minutes past 8. So it is almost time for beer. But I can't do commentary and beer because
we better go now.
It's going to be very messy. Really messy. Still trying to finish my evening meal, like one bite at a time.
The riders are not giving us a lot of free time. What's the time now at in Maryland? I'm going to check. 39 past 2. Time for a beer there as well, I think. While waiting for the riders to arrive at the local circuit. And still full-on racing. There is still a group in front. A group of 8 riders. And this is the group behind. In front we have the group with Squillens and Lafay.
This group we have got Derek. Derek's here.
He is here. That's good to hear. But he has 2 teammates in the front, so it's not his job to close this gap. We got some good riders here in the front.
Our sprint is coming up. We have 12, 8, 6, 3, 2 and 1 points there for the sprint jersey. This is Cristian Scaroni of Astana, number 57. A man who was left without a team when the Resvelo project ended last year due to the war in Ukraine, or special operation, or whatever you want to call it. But lucky he found a place at Astana, Kazakhstan. Great rider, Cristian Scaroni. Here we have Alexandre Delettre. This is that chasing group there, waiting for his team car. And this is our first group. It's Riley Sheehan, Marco Frigo, 2 riders there for the Israel Premier Tech team. We have Tom Squinch there, representing Lidl Trek, Michael Honoré for the EF Education team, Lucas Hamilton, Victor Lafay, Freire, Eder Freire, the Mexican rider of Legion of Los Angeles. Great ride by him, by the way. He was on the attack straight from the start. And then we have our Pan-American champion, Pierre-André Coté of the Human Powered Health team, but he's wearing a distinct jersey. This is the composition of the first 8, as Freire, I hope I do pronounce that correctly, is waiting for some refreshments. Great to have a Legions of LA guy in that first group. Mexican rider nonetheless.
He made the jump.
Yeah, he's been active straight from the start. He was in part of these first groups as well. And yeah, really representing the team at the highest level, because all these other riders are either World Tour or World Tour level. Gap is really not a big gap. Hopefully we'll have a better indicator from helicopter images, or maybe at that intermediate sprint point or on the climb. This is the group with Galopin, with Zingle. $5K to sprint, I think that sign said.
Yeah, I do believe the sprint is at 47 miles to go.
There's definitely farmland here, as you can see.
It is, and it's getting flatter from now on, actually.
Yeah, we've got 1 KOM to go. That is supposedly in 5K. So we have Colby Simmons here.
Yeah,
in the
and
peloton. but we have no indication of the time. It says 0.7 miles. But there's a lot of refreshments going on at the moment. Of course, it looks like we are going to have a immensely steep drop back to Baltimore, judging from the profile. But basically, we're going from 100 meters above sea level, 120 meters above sea level to 0. So it's not like we are going to the descent something seriously steep.
It looks way harder than it actually is.
Here is Colby
Nonetheless,
Simmons.
it's a very hard race, though.
It is absolutely a very hard race. Colby Simmons getting bottles, presumably bringing them to his teammates. Jorgensen should still be here. Here's our man from Mexico, former national champion. Great ride by him. Maybe also inspired by Isaac del Toro Romero, our Tour de l'Avenir champion. It was absolutely great to see him win that race. I met him 2 years ago at a cyclocross race, actually, in Merksplas, just across the border. And it was the first time they did cyclocross. He was 17, he was just 17. And he almost finished the race. There's this 80% rule, of course. If you're over 80% behind the leader in the race, you're taken out. And he almost finished the race. He was taken out in the final lap. For a 17-year-old racing with the elites was pretty impressive. And we kept in contact. He had a really bad year last year with a broken leg, I think. And yeah, to see him come back this year in such spectacular form, really great. A really humble guy. There's a good interview with him on the escapecollective.com. So you can look that. Isaac del Toro Romero. I think it's also on my Twitter feed as a retweet somewhere. But yeah, really humble guy and a star for the future. But his compatriot is here, Eder Freire, the former Mexican champion, doing a really good job. But yeah, the gaps are really not that big. Maybe they're going to try something on the last KOM today.
There's for sure guys in the group behind who will try to jump over to this group on the QOM. I think riders like Paulus, like Yates, like G, they will try to do it on the climb. They will for sure try to jump over on the climb. That's a good moment for actually a lot of climbing type of riders in the first groups here. When you look at the race beforehand, it really looks like a classic. It's a classic type of course, something that suits Paulus very much, like he did this spring. He showed he could really compete in those spring classics. Like Skuyens is a type of rider who can handle that. But also Alex Kjalmose, who's more a really climbing type of rider. They're all in the front here. And of course Derek G, who showed in the Giro that he's a really strong rider on the hilly courses, on the more climbing courses. And if I have to believe Mike's record...
He sounds like a rap star, if you say Derek G. Like he could also do like a double act with Dr. Dre and Eminem.
I think he should do it. In the Giro, he shows
Dr. Dre and Derek G. Here's the sprint. Nobody's like really interested in it, apparently. It's Marco Frigo taking those points ahead of Hamilton, Honoré, Now we get a good look of the riders in the first group. There's Squinch. This is Pierre-André Coté, the Pan American jersey there. Good design, lovely. And then we're missing Victor Lafay and our Mexican rider of Legions of LA. That is our first group. But how far back are the others? That is the question.
If I have to believe the Pro Cycling tracker, Derek G, Nilsson Paulus, Simon Yates and Alexandre Delettre are chasing this group with the 4 of them. But we haven't seen anything of that, so that's not 100% sure. But that could be interesting with the QOM coming up.
Yeah, that's coming up right now. This is actually it. Our final big hurdle before we go to downtown Baltimore. This is a big ring climb for these guys. No problem at all. Yeah, and I would like to see what Lucas Hamilton is actually seeing there. So he was glancing over his shoulder. The 27-year-old of the Jayco Lula team. 4 wins behind his name. The last one being all the way back in 2020 when he won a stage in the Tirreno. This is Honoré, the Danish rider. I think it's nice they gave Squinch number 1 on the team. It's not alphabetical, so maybe they want to indicate a little bit. He's the kind of guy who always works his socks off for his teammates, whether that's Skelmors and Pedersen in the Tour of Denmark, whether that is in the Giro. Now I'm completely blacking out who was riding for Trek in the Giro, but we'll get there.
They often rode for Mats Pedersen.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, he was also one of the best riders, of course, at the World Championships, not really burdened by a team tactic there with Chris Nijlands. And it would just be nice to have the man have a moment for himself. He was 4th last year in that sprint with 4 riders, was on the attack quite often. And I've just been informed that his little daughter Lila was actually jumping up and down in front of the television watching her daddy a little while ago. I always like these videos when I see on social media when kids are just pointing at the television and recognizing mum or dad. I think I've seen them with Lizzie Dijkenen as well, with little Orla just pointing at the TV and seeing her mum in action. These videos are gold. They're lovely.
Yeah, it must be so special to when you're a parent and you're still racing, that your kids can see you racing. And it's actually really new in women's cycling that women give birth during their career.
Yeah, I looked at the schedule of Lizzie Dijkenen this year since she came back from her maternity leave, as this is our KOM, and we saw on the back that the other group is almost coming back. Since returning from her maternity leave from their son Shay, she did the Vuelta, she Ride London, she did the Tour of Switzerland, she did the Giro, she did the Tour de France, the World Championships, almost winning it, and the Tour of Scandinavia, and she also raced yesterday in Brittany. So, absolutely full respect there for Lizzie Dijkenen and
for being away from home so much
and being so badass. But we go back to the racing. It's almost coming back together with that chasing group. This is Scott McGill there in the colours of Human Powered Health, our local lad. So he will be really, really anxious to show himself. Tony Galopin is the rider for Lidl Trek. This is Simon Yates. Paulus is in this group as well. This looks like Tyler Stites for Echelon Racing. Number 6, Hugo Hull. Skelmos, of course, and then, yeah, our original 8. So it looks like that group is now coming back. Second rider in this group now for Lidl Trek with Skelmos there. And how far back are they? Yep, how far back are they? With Leonardo Basso here with number 51. We have the impressive hair of Samuel Boortman there with 117. That's a serious mullet there going on.
But the speed is definitely out of this group. We're not sure about the time gaps, but they're not really chasing at the moment.
No, we've got quite a few big teams represented at the front with Israel Premier Tech, Lidl Trek, EF Education is there, Jayco Alula there, Cofidis have a rider there as well. Human Powered Health have a rider up front. So most of the big teams, most of the pro teams are represented, apart of course from Astana. But they've been missing out quite a lot so far. Got 45 miles to go. We are making our way back down south to Baltimore. And we're going to throw away this sheet of paper because we've done that part of the course. And then we're going to our local circuit, which is 7.5 miles. We're going to do it 4 times. So that is 30 miles, 48 kilometers in total. It's about 12k per lap. 19 corners, no less, including 3 in the final K. So yeah, we're going to see some very good old-fashioned American-style crit racing. We have Angus checking in from Atlanta. He says one of the reasons Americans love crits is because of their love for NASCAR racing. Just hang out, drink beer, and watch people turn left all day long. And he's also on Team Toms, so great for that. We're conditioned to watch people turn left all day long. That is a great observation.
I wonder if one of the legs get also more stronger than the other then, if you have so many left turns. Because actually speed skaters, and in Holland we have a lot of speed skaters, and their left leg is always stronger than the right leg.
And bigger.
And bigger, yeah, stronger, more muscles in the leg. Yeah. Because they're leaning more on their left leg.
Did you do speed skating?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, because you're from Alkmaar, eh?
I'm actually not from Alkmaar.
Oh.
I'm from Alkmaar now, but I didn't grow up here. I grew up near closer to Amsterdam.
Ah.
But I learned how to skate on the ice ring in Amsterdam.
Ah, on the Jaap Edenbaan.
Op de Jaap Edenbaan.
Yeah, ice skating is a health hazard for me. Gravitation and sport. Yeah, gravity in sports is not a good plan. I did swimming up until I was 18 when I went to university, and now I do cycling, which up until now it's still going all right. Knock on my desk, which is just tempting, but tempting fate. But yeah, I love bike riding too much to be afraid to crash. But I always did swimming because, you know, the risk of injuring yourself in swimming is
pretty low, I think.
Pretty low, yes. Yeah, sometimes you have your pinky finger when you do like a freestyle. Sometimes your pinky finger touches somebody else who comes from the opposite direction. Or you smash your hand on the side of the pool when you do backstroke. But in general, there's not a great risk involved in swimming, no.
That's a good thing, yeah. It sounds like a safe sport.
It is a very safe sport. If you know how to swim. If you don't know how to swim, it's not safe.
That's safe at all, no.
No.
But you never train in the swimming pool anymore?
I'm going to, again, in the wintertime.
Yeah. But better than the cycling in the snow.
Yeah, well, I can do Swift, but yeah, swimming is good for the core strength.
Yeah, I believe so. For your all-round fitness.
Yeah. Yoga and swimming. This is our first group here. With the 3 riders now of Lidl-Trek. We see that Tony Galopin is really having a great day out on the bike here, the Frenchman. Screen straight on his wheel. Same goes for Sheehan. Simon Yates there.
And Hamilton, I think.
Yeah, looks like he's done.
And it looks like that's the rest of the first group
Hang with these guys till we hear other
coming back as well.
We've got our GPS.
Look at that mention there. That is awesome. What a house. And a church. There's a lot of churches in the US. I don't know about your start list, but I absolutely do not have Lukas Pusselberger on my start list. But I think they are confusing him. I have Alexander Balmer on my start list, but apparently we have it wrong. It's Lukas Pusselberger, the former Giro stage winner and pink jersey wearer. Nobody actually saw that coming. Him in the least, to be honest. But he attacked in the final on that first day. I think it was 2020, and took that pink jersey quite surprisingly. So a couple of miles out from the finish, we enter the local circuit. So on top of the 76 turns that we are going to do on the 4 laps, we're going to do 3 more. So 79 turns in total. 79 left-hand turns.
It will be a big fight for positioning before entering the local circuit. Because with so many corners, it's so hard to get to the front. And they keep on racing in this group. They're not really working together. They're actually attacking each other the whole time. But nobody's really getting away. In a little more than 8 miles, we're entering the circuit already.
This would be a perfect place for a sports director to pass the group.
Indeed, this is the perfect place.
Perfect place, yeah. Marco Frigo having a great race there for Israel Premier Tech. Pierre-André Côté, as our feed is getting a little bit sketchy here. Taylor Stites at the front. He's 25. He races for Project Echelon and won a few races this year, including the prologue of the Tour de la Guadeloupe, which is a French island in the form of a butterfly, and finished in 3rd in the overall. He also won some stages in the Tour de Beauce, which is a stage race in Canada. Won the first stage in the Joe Martin stage race. The man in this first group in the colours of Project Echelon. 121 is his bib number. Won the overall in Redlands, which is of course also one of the other iconic racing. Tucson Bicycle Classic. So all in all, a really great year there for Taylor Stites. And he shows himself here in one of the big races on the calendar. And of course, that's what you want to do if you are a little bit more of an unknown name, to use this opportunity to the fullest to to show yourself and quite possibly get yourself a ride on a bigger team. Although with the potential demise of Human Powered Health, it's going to be even more difficult for Canadian and American riders to get themselves on a team with an international program. Really sad.
Yes, it's a bad thing for the sport that Human Powered Health is stopping
Folding.
with having a team.
Yeah.
It's folding. Of course, when you're having an American team, you're having more American. You have mostly American riders in your team, so it's a big opportunity for cyclists from America. We'll have to get now in European teams.
Yeah,
Which
well, we
isn't
still
easy.
have... No, most definitely. Yeah, we had a little bit of discussion about number 36, Lucas Pusselberger. Lady Starblade, long-time follower on Twitter, tells me, indeed, he crashed in Hamburg in the BMX Cyclassics, which was on the 20th of August, so that's 2 weeks ago. Broke his collarbone, so it can't possibly be Lucas Pusselberger. I think our original start list with Alex Balmer is the correct one. 2 weeks after collarbone fracture would be rather miraculous. Not even Matthew Heyman did that.
Even
Although
when
he's the
you
sports
get
director.
surgery. But even when you get surgery, it's not smart to start racing already.
No.
You have to be lucky when you can start training after 2 weeks already.
Yeah, on rollers, indoors.
Indeed.
It's good
In a
to have
safe
Scott.
environment where you cannot crash yourself.
No, yeah, that's true. Indoor cycling is a pretty safe thing. Although on Instagram I saw somebody, a clip of somebody on rollers, not on a kicker or any other device, but on like old-fashioned rollers. he went all over the place. It was you should have seen it.
He crashed off his rollers, or
He crossed off his rollers with almost a somersault. He was just launched off the rollers.
Oh no!
I hope the guy is okay. But yeah, it was just very funny to look at.
I do sometimes see also people on Instagram riding on rollers, doing all these crazy tricks, and
Yeah, indeed. Yeah,
the young girl, Ruby
Isaac.
yeah.
Yeah, Ruby is pretty amazing. Yeah.
And now in the first group, they showed Derek G is in that first group, and you said it before, but he was never shown in the list of leaders.
No.
But
No, he was just going under the radar because that's how Derek rolls. He's very stealthy. He's very stealthy. Talking about clips, I saw on his after his fantastic Giro, they flew his mum over and Ruby, his girlfriend, and it was so emotional. They entered the bus and he didn't know they were coming over. That was really lovely. Lovely.
Oh yeah.
I watch too much Instagram. Yeah. But it's my job. It's my job to follow riders on Instagram.
That's what you tell yourself, Jose.
Absolutely.
To make it good.
Just get that phone on my hands.
And it's Trek doing the work here in the first group, of course, with having 4 riders in this first group.
Yep, this is Emil Lipins, the Latvian champion, road champion. The time trial champion is Tom Squinch. Last time Tom Squinch won a road race, which was not the Nationals, was a long time ago. I think it was 2018. And it was indeed the Trevale Varesine in Italy. Won 3 stages in the Tour of California, as we are going to look at our 19 turns. Are we keeping track? La, 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 la. That's the finish. That's the harbour, waterfront. More turns. Little park there. More turns. And more turns. And there we are.
I counted them and I counted again 19, so...
Yay! Preschool skills.
And in only 7.5 miles.
Yeah,
12K. It's crazy, and it's almost Belgium roads actually here with the... How do you call them? The...
Betonplaten.
Yeah.
Concrete slabs. Concrete slabs.
Okay. Very often seen in Belgium.
Yeah, Sepp van Marken said in his interview last year that it felt like he was racing in Belgium with the crit style racing, and that he had really enjoyed it. Of course, one of the he didn't win a whole lot of bike races. Sepp van Marken, he did win a few, but not with the man of his stature all that much. But yeah, the racing is going on. We have almost entered the circuit. And of course, Little Trek now, with all these riders in that first group, really have to play their cards. The time is over now to go for refreshments to the team car. We've got a little over an hour of racing to go. Meaning, Jip, that we probably don't have to wait until 11 p.m. before we hit our beds.
That's a good thing.
Yay,
good thing. Today, I was hoping for a hard race today. For a fast race.
But I must say, doing flag-to-flag coverage, it was actually not that bad. It flew by. We're almost in the final.
It is, yeah. But I think it's because actually the race went really quick.
And it was cool.
They have been racing from the start.
Yeah, and it was pretty cool.
Beautiful roads, good racing. And it's interesting, this final, because there's 4 riders of Israel Premier Tech in this group. There's 4 riders of Lidl Trek, 3 riders of Jayco Alula, and 2 riders of EF, 2 riders of Cofidis. So there's a lot of couples in this group who can play the game, which will give for sure a very interesting final. With Little Trek and Israel Premier Tech doing best with 4 riders in this group.
Yeah, but I think that Jayco Alula also have 4. With Yates, Hamilton, Harper and...
Balmer,
I think, yeah.
Balmer.
I think they also have 4.
Do they?
It's indicated that our chasing group is at 1 minute 10. Yeah, there are 4 of them. 2 for EF Education. We've got 2 for Cofidis as well. There is Simon Yates. Number 5 is Derek Gee. Yeah, look at that. We have attacks going on as we are about to enter the circuit here in Baltimore. Founded in 1729 officially, and named after the Lord Baltimore's family estate in Ireland. But it begins with the early settlers, of course, back in 1632, when George Calvert, who was the first Lord Baltimore, was granted a charter to establish a colony here. He named it after Queen Mary, and it was meant as a safe haven for English Catholics, because, yeah, well, you know that when the English Anglican Church was founded by Henry VIII and all these subsequent kings, Catholicism really didn't go down all that well in England and Scotland, including, of course, Queen Mary, who wanted to remain a Catholic but could not, etc., decapitated. The whole shebang, you know the history. But this estate was named after Mary. as was Virginia, which is slightly to the south of here, named after the Virgin Queen Elizabeth. Although, if you have watched the movie, you're probably not all that convinced that she was the Virgin Queen. Anyhows, good movie there, by the way. But there was a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the racing here as well, as we are entering the local circuit in Baltimore. City itself about 500,000. The entire urbanization is about 3 million. Really big hub here in the state of Maryland. It's hard to identify riders at this moment, Yip, but there's a tax going on here.
It's really difficult with the images we're getting. Some people are easy to recognize though. Like Skelmo's in the front right now. And I do think Paulus is making a really good impression.
Yeah, he was third last year. Race was won by Van Marken. Sukowski's not here, he's of course racing with the Q36.5. Paulus was a third. Squinch was a fourth. Andrea Piccolo was fifth. I'll give you the rest of the top 10 of last year's edition, with Magnus Kort in 6th, Jente Biermans in 7th, Quinn Simmons was 8th, Alex Balmer was 9th, and Leandro Oyola was 10th that year. Also that year, a great race by Lozano, who we saw earlier today as our King of the Mountains.
And there is a little group on the road right now.
Most definitely. There we are. Look at that great skyline.
Almost entering the circuit now.
The names on your screen. It's not the entire composition of our breakaway. We have a few more than mentioned on your screen. But we'll start with the riders for the Israel Premier Tech team. Riley Sheehan has had a great race straight from the start, the American. We have Marco Frigo, Derek Guy and Hugo Hull, the two Canadian riders. Squinch, Galopin, Lipins, Skelmose are the four riders for Lidl Trek. Squinch, Galopin, Lipins, Skelmose. Paulus and Honoré for EF Education Easy Post. We have the four riders there for the Jayco Alula team, with Simon Yates, Chris Harper, Alex Balmer, Lucas Hamilton. Two riders for Cofidis, there they are, with number 44, it's Eddie Finet, and number 43, it's Alexandre Delettre. Scott McGill and his teammate Cote are the two riders for Human Powered Health, although this must be a chasing group, because where did Vacek come from? This must be the chasing group then. No, yeah, no, there we are with the first group again. And we have the rider of Project Echelon there, Taylor Stites, as well, as our feed is going.
Little troubles with the feed here.
Little troubles.
But the group of Vacek,
yeah,
for sure wasn't in this group before.
Nope, Vacek was not, but maybe they're the chasers.
It's a pity we never get the time gaps from the real peloton.
No.
To the first group.
This is absolutely a chasing group here, with Finet, with Julien Gagné, with Delettre, who's indicated as being in the first group, but he's not. This is a chasing group there with Vacek as well. Here we have Oscar Sevilla. These guys are chasing. But how far back are they? It's
We have no
indicated
idea.
that we have no idea. It's just going to happen. Judging by our fantastic profile, it looks like we have a hilly circuit coming up. We don't. The highest point is 1 meter above sea level, and the lowest point is 1 meter above sea level. So,
But I do believe there are some streets which are like a little bit dragging.
elevated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's for sure not a climb in it, but like a little bit dragging on a course like this with so many corners can be pretty tough actually. When you have to sprint already after every corner and when it's slightly
Interval
going
training.
up.
Interval training.
Yeah. This is where you do those 40-20s for.
40-20s, which I'm not doing.
But
This is our first group.
believe me, these riders do.
Hugo Hull, Squinch, Matthias Skelmose, Chris Harper, Lucas Hamilton, they are on the attack together. It's very chaotic at the moment, I must say. It looks like we have 2 riders of Lidl Trek at the front, 2 for Jayco Alula and 1, there we are, 1 for Israel Premier Tech. These are our 5 leaders and Nielsen Paulus, I think.
That looks like Nielsen Paulus, yes.
So these are our
Interesting
6
breakaway.
leaders.
And it looks like they're working well together, which is interesting with 2 riders from Trek Segafredo and 2 from Jayco Alula. Not an ideal situation for Nielsen Paulus.
No, but Paulus can have a good sprint after a race like this one. Chris Harper is leading that group. Here we are. This is that first group. Indeed, it is Nielsen Paulus, Skelmose Squinch, Hugo Hull, and then the 2 riders for Jayco with Lucas Hamilton and Chris Harper, the two Aussies on the team. Trouble here for Balmer. Oh, he needs a new bottle there. Tony Galopin. This is that chasing group. And if you look on the, well, not the horizon, but if you look in front of them, it looks like there's a substantial gap already. And the 4 biggest teams actually in that group, with EF Education, Israel Premier Tech, Jayco Alula and Lidl Trek, they're all represented at the front. So who's going to chase this down? I don't know, Cofidis?
Yeah, but I also think it's not an ideal situation for Israel Premier Tech because they're having only 1 rider in the front against 2 of Jayco Alula and 2 of Lidl Trek. Which isn't ideal because when Skelmose, for example, starts to attack, Hull has to do it all by himself.
It might be a little bit soon there what Tom Squinch is doing, but we do know from the circuit in Glasgow that this is really up his alley. He really likes it, but we still have 45 kilometers to go.
It is pretty long, and when he's going too fast, like he did right now, the group is not working together anymore. But it is a good opportunity for Skelmose. It's a long way to go solo though.
Yeah, but he forces especially Chris Harper here to do some chasing while Tom Squinch can rest. You can see there's a little bit of elevation on the course there. It's not pan flat.
But it's for this first group, it's actually really important at this moment to work together because they have a long way to go to the finish. When they start to attack each other, they will definitely not make it to the finish. They will be cut by the group behind.
It's not a good plan, huh?
No,
This
it's
is the
not a good
chasing.
plan.
It's not a good plan. This is the chasing group with Sevilla, with Eddie Finet, with Alexandre Delettre, with Vacek, with Julien Gagné, and Andrea Perron, I think it was, for Novo Nordisk. Lidl Trek are going to play the long game here. Now it's up to Paulus. Maybe they feel that Paulus is the biggest threat in this group and they really want to make sure that he is getting tired. Quickly onto the wheel of Paulus is Squinch. This is going to be a fascinating game. They're given a minute already, as the bib numbers there of Lucas Hamilton are completely falling apart.
They're not working together.
Nope. But a minute is already a minute.
It is, yeah. And actually, Paulus directly took over when he got back to Schialmose. I do think they will work together again. But they're looking to each other too much, actually. It's too early in the race to look to each other.
Yeah, Hugo Hoel also finds himself in a pretty difficult place. Of course, the winner of that hugely emotional Tour de France stage last year. Well, the stage wasn't emotional. His win was very emotional, especially because, of course, the backstory of his brother. But there's attacks coming from this chasing group. This is the group with, amongst others, Derek Guy. But this is a minute. This is actually a minute.
Yeah, and the big teams are in front, so it has to come from the smaller teams to chase them.
Yeah, there's even team cars moving up towards the front already, as Scott McGill tries to do the work there at the front of the bunch. Yeah, this is over a minute. This is over a minute. After 3.5 hours of racing, we are on the finish circuit. We still have an hour to go.
It actually all depends from this group. If they will work together, the group behind will never get them back. But if they start looking to each other, start to attack each other, then the group behind still has a chance. And I do think it's interesting that Hoel and Paulus are taking their turns in this group.
Yeah, of course they have to try and stay up front, because if you don't stay up front, you don't have a shot of winning anyways. And after the race we've had, all of these guys can actually win a sprint, but I think that they are most fearful of Nielsen Paulus, judging from what we've seen earlier this year.
I do think so, but for Hoel and Paulus, it's not an ideal situation that they're alone in that first group. For sure, they would prefer a group with all solo riders and no teams who have 2 riders in that first group, because that makes it difficult to get a sprint. Actually, like Trek and Jaco Lula, they can start to attack Hoel and Paulus, and they have to close the gap all the time. They will be tired and won't win a sprint anymore.
This is our first chasing group here, with Vacek, with Perron, with Sevilla. No, this is the third chasing group, of course. We've already seen that first chasing group.
They're the first chasing group
Yeah,
of
the big one.
The former big first group. It's pretty difficult. There's a lot of small groups now. There's no group that we can call a peloton anymore. This looked like a peloton actually, but the peloton is the 4th group then.
Well, it's not like last year that half of the field will be outside the time limit. Back to the front. And
you see the riders trying to get a little bit of refreshment, putting bottles of water over their head. It's been a long and hot day out already.
Yeah, it's just over 30 degrees Celsius, so around 92, 93 Fahrenheit. And well, in the city, it's always a little bit hotter with all the stone and the concrete, which makes it really difficult to cool down. That's why you need trees in parks, people.
Yeah, to get some shadow.
You have to have some shade on you. But this is our first chasing group here with Alex Balmer in that group. They are, according to the live tracker, 55 seconds down. It is still everything to play for. We still have an hour of racing. And like you said, Yip, if these 6 riders at the front, they start looking at each other, they start playing the games and poker, it's going to be pretty difficult to stay up front. They have to keep on working together all the way to the finish line. It is nice wide turns. It's not like the turns we have in our streets. These are like 6 lanes wide.
Yeah, true.
You don't need to hit the brakes here.
No. There's space enough. Lots of space to make a wide corner, to go in with a high speed and to come out with a high speed. Ah, this is the group behind where Honoré of EF is riding in the front.
Mm-hmm. Or is it the man from Human Powered Health? No, it's indeed Honoré. It's Hamilton here. This is our first group again. We go from left to right, front to center. But we're back to our first group. Very confusing, this.
But if Honoré is really chasing this group, then EF is not really happy with the situation, or they're trying to put some pressure on this group to work together.
Looks like Hamilton needs a little bit of help from the team car. So we're passing the American football field here. I know absolutely nothing about American football. Zero. Apart from the fact that when we still did these late nights like Tour of California, Utah, and we had American football, American college football before our broadcasts, and we thought, yeah, well, we've still got 5 minutes of college football to go. We can go to the booth. We're about to go live. And then they had like a gazillion timeouts in these final 5 minutes, because you can have like limitless timeouts apparently in American football, and it still would take 35 minutes. That's what I remember about American football. Yeah. And Super Bowl. Super Bowl is the halftime shows are fantastic. Just the other day, I watched the one with Eminem and Dr. Dre and Kendrick Lamar and Mary J. Blige.
And Derek G in it as well, right?
Not Derek G. No, he was also flying under the radar. But I do expect like him to have a little bit of a featuring Derek G. and Eminem coming up. Ah, poor Derek. We're expecting way too much from him. Okay, the situation. This is our chasing group, and they're chasing the 6 riders. The 6 riders, Hugo Hull, here we are, Squinch, Skelmose, Paulus, Harper and Hamilton. And then our chasers include the teammates of Hugo Hull, Riley Sheehan, Marco Frigo, Derek Guy, teammates of Skelmose and Squinch with Lipins and Galopin. Honoré is the teammate of Paulus, Simon Yates, the teammate of Harper and Hamilton. And then we have Laffit, Scott McGill, Cote, Freire and Taylor Stites. And then that group with Matthias Vacek a couple of seconds behind. All within 1.5 minutes of each other, and with 25 miles to go, which is about 40k, just under an hour of racing, there is still everything to play for. But also on these circuits with the 19 turns in them, it's pretty easy to stay out of sight. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yes, and it's hard to really put up a chase, because it's hard to stay in position with so many corners. It's hard to keep the speed in. We saw it at the World Championships in Glasgow. It's really hard on a circuit like this, with every few hundred meters a corner and slightly up and down, to really put a chase down.
And we don't really have Montrose Street here, luckily for them.
No, it's way flatter than the circuits in Glasgow, indeed.
Baltimore is also the origin of the anthem of the Star-Spangled Banner, and that was in a battle in 1814, September of 1814, when the US soldiers, I think it was in a war with the Brits, at the Fort McHenry here in Baltimore, raised a flag to celebrate a victory over the English, and that sight of the broad stripes and the bright stars inspired Francis Scott Key to write a song that eventually became the national anthem of the United States, all here in Fort McHenry in Baltimore. We have an attack from this group. That must be Taylor Stites there of Project Echelon Racing going for it. The other teams, of course, have riders up front, have absolutely no interest to try and make it across. And that fact about the Star-Spangled Banner comes from another one of my favorite podcasts called History Daily.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes every day and then an event that happened on that day, and it's presented by Lindsey Graham, not that Lindsey Graham of the US Senate, but another Lindsey Graham. And yeah, there's a lot of American history, but also dating back to Sparta and what have you. So it's really interesting. Every weekday, History Daily, and that's where I learned about the Star-Spangled Banner. Never thought I could use that here. But we are actually in Baltimore, the site of Fort McHenry, the site of that battle in 1814.
But do you actually know? I know another song about Baltimore from the musical Hairspray, which was one of my favorite movies when I was younger.
Yeah.
Do you know the musical and the movie, or
no?
There's a famous song about Baltimore. In it. I think it's a bit less famous than your song, but
I do think so. Yes, the American national anthem is quite well known. I think a lot of people who are not American can actually hum the sound of the American national anthem. Not the words, but the
rhythm.
The rhythm, yeah.
Yeah, there's a few national anthems which always make a lot of impression on me, actually. Like the Italian anthem.
Yeah, the Italian.
It's a beautiful one.
The Italian is the best. Ours is a little bit dull.
It is, yeah.
It's one of the oldest national anthems in the world, or maybe actually the oldest, but it's very boring. But we go back. Maybe they'll play the national anthem if Nielsen Paulus actually wins the race. Who knows?
They might, and I do believe in America at the start of every race they play the national anthem. So this
can you imagine that happening with the with our national anthem before every race?
No, I can't imagine.
No.
It's not our culture to do it, but it's really American to do. I do believe that they also do it for every gravel race they organize. There's also even if it's starting at 6 a.m. in the morning, there's a national anthem before the start.
Wow. They're very proud of the national anthem, which is good, which is nice. Here we have a chasing group which was initiated here by Taylor Stites of Project Echelon. We have our local lad Scott McGill, and we have Emil Slipins, the Latvian national champion. So 3 chasers at the moment from that original chasing group. So now they are the chasing group coming from the chasing group chasing the first group. Yeah,
to make it more clear.
We're 3.5 hours in. Come on, we're just getting a little bit little bit funky here.
Yeah, we it's often a bit chaotic for us as well. There's lots of little groups on the road. The images are not always really clear.
"44 seconds is indicated between that first group, meaning that quite potentially Lidl-Trek will have a third guy up the front if Emils Lipins manages to bridge across.
Yes, and that will give a really good situation for Lidl-Trek. A situation where they can really play the game.
Yeah,
playing
absolutely.
the game with the numbers.
But it means that Lipin still has to bridge across. You can see all the team cars following. So the gap is still substantial, and we have indicated before that if a team car has to make barrage, has to move across on these white roads in inner city Baltimore, there is more than enough room to safely move away as team cars, when the team cars have to do that. Okay, 3 more laps to go with our 6. Look at all the people there on the side of the road. Great to see the enthusiasm there of the crowd. We've got one American there up front in pink, Neilson Powless. He also had a great World Championship, so he also knows quite well how to race a circuit like this one. Powless was 11th, so just outside of the top 10.
And I do believe Squeens was 8th at the Worlds.
Indeed he was, yes.
So pretty close to each other.
Yeah, Skelmos was 14 out of the group that we have here, and the other kids are racing in other races. Yeah, it's still actually quite close together. As we have Brian Hodes there, the photographer.
But I do think when the group is bigger, the chasing group is getting bigger, that the other Lidl-Trek riders won't work anymore in that group.
It is indeed confirmed that the national anthem was played before the start of this race.
I like traditions like that. And I even do believe it's often sung live by somebody. It's not normally
Yeah,
not
just like in the American football.
Yeah, I do believe it's often done like that.
I must say that at the Formula One race in Zandvoort, we did have André Rieu and somebody singing the national anthem before the start of the Formula One.
Wow.
So it does happen as well in our country, including André Rieu. And orchestra.
It's impressive, at least.
He's very famous.
He is, but is he famous internationally?
Very,
or is
very famous internationally.
okay.
Yes. Look, rooftop swimming pool. That is cool. That was a rooftop swimming pool. But
yeah.
As we are getting completely out of line here, 39 seconds as we speak. It looks like that little counter-attack initiated by Taylor Stites is again countered by his former breakaway mates, and the gap is now down to 39 seconds. And we still have 30 kilometers to go, so it might still all come back together. And there comes a point, Jip, that you have to think, well, are we going to keep on pushing for this group, or are we going to wait for our teammate? Because in that second group, there's another 2 Lidl Trek riders.
It is, yeah. Actually, it's quite an easy situation for Lidl Trek because these guys can just keep on pulling. The other guys who are behind don't have to do any work in that second group. So when they come back, they are way more fresh, and they can try to go on the next attack. So there's not really a wrong choice to make at this moment.
It's really great to see that Matthias Skjelmose is doing a lot of work and protecting Tom Screench here, who seems to be the designated rider. He is, of course, very well accustomed to racing on US soil. Like I said, he won 3 races, 3 stages in the Tour of California. I remember the one on the Laguna Seca motor circuit with a very late attack there. And that was in 2018, in 2015 and 2016. He also won a stage, one actually in San Jose, and the other in South Lake Tahoe, which is of course familiar to you as well, because that is where the Women's Tour of California was as well, in Lake Tahoe.
Yes, that's where we started in, I don't remember, but I think 2018 or something.
Yeah, could be. 20 seconds. Oh! What happened? Oh, looks like there was almost a crash with the camera bike there. But luckily the riders are still upright. They're all there. Gaps are indicated now as just 36 seconds. As Screench goes to the team car. Steven de Jong is the sports director for Lidl Trek here. They are moving on to the races in Canada, in Quebec and Montreal, which will be on next week. I think on the 8th. Usually it's Thursday and Saturday, isn't it? Yeah, it's the 8th and the 10th. So Thursday and Friday and Sunday. Well, you can watch them here on GCN Plus, Eurosport and Discovery Plus. Always very attractive races there in Quebec and Montreal.
And probably mostly the same peloton as we see today, right?
Well, for the World Tour teams, yes. The continental teams, of course, they cannot ride there.
No, okay, yeah.
But for example, the Coratec team, Coratec Selle Italia, they didn't get an invite for this race, for the Canadian races. So they travelled over, especially and only for this race, apparently, which is remarkable.
Yeah, but it's, yeah. When you were here, you would say, do the other races as well. But it's still a big, quite a far travel, actually, from Baltimore to Quebec.
Yeah, it's true, but it's it's a bit like the two cyclocross World Cups we had here, one in Fayetteville and one in Waterloo, which was also like 1,300 kilometers apart. It's like, yeah, it's in the same country. Yeah, but it's just as far as from here to Marseille. So, yeah. I got my editor, my editor-in-chief at Escape Collective, Kaylee Fritz. He actually lives in Colorado, and his parents live in Vermont, which is New England, and it just goes on a drive, which is like 3,400 kilometers or something like that, to visit his parents. Which for us Europeans is absolutely insane. It's like, I don't really visit my parents very often. They live quite far away. It's like, how far away? Like 2 hours. Oh, okay. It's a whole different universe.
It's crazy, yeah. Yeah, that's what, like, Skyler Schneider, she's a bike rider. She's doing a lot of American crits at the last years. She was a former teammate.
Yeah.
And for crits, she's often driving like 12 hours to races. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's like us doing a race on the Mediterranean coast of France, going to Nice or to Monaco or something. That's a 12-hour drive.
Driving to 3 countries, going there. And
It's a different universe. Skelmoser, Paulus, Hull, Harper, Hamilton and Squinch. And the gap is getting bigger again according to the live ticker. They gained a few seconds there on the chasers. And I'm interested to see who does the work in the chasing group. It must be Tyler Stites, Scott McGill and Pierre-André Coté. So we have an attack there by Tom Squinch. Hamilton sees the danger, tries to follow the Latvian rider, who uses this little incline here to make the difference. Squinch obviously feels very good. And now Harper is glancing over his shoulder. He's sitting back on the saddle. This is an interesting situation. It's still quite far to go. It's still 30 kilometers. And Squinch is on the attack with Nielsen Paulus now chasing.
It is really early, but he has a really big gap in such a short time.
Yeah, but I would have waited another lap or two to do this move. But of course they have 2 riders in this group, so if he's caught, Skelmoser can go again. Skelmoser is now in 2nd position, obviously not doing anything. And now it's up to the 2 riders of Jayco Alula with Harper and Hamilton to try and do something.
But it looks like they lost one rider. It looks like there's
Harper
only one
gone.
rider.
Yeah. Looks like Harper is no longer in this group. And now it's up to Paulus. As Squinch dives into that corner. It's Paulus, Hull, Hamilton, and of course Skelmoser not doing anything.
Squinch probably had a feeling that the group wasn't going fast enough, because I totally agree with you that it's really early to go in a solo attack already. He either feels very strong, or he has the feeling that this group is just not going fast enough.
Yeah, there was a little discussion, of course, with the sports director a little while ago. He went back to the car with Steven de Jong, had a little discussion there. But this is early. It is early. He's a fan favourite, Tom Squinch, of course, especially after that Giro, just missing out on that jersey. But he was on the attack all the time, really won the hearts of the cycling fans here. Racing the Madone here, Trek Madone, in the standard colour scheme of the team. Have a lot of Project One varieties for the riders. The bike of Elisa Balsam was actually called the Unicorn. And
Yes, it's beautiful.
It's vibrant, yeah, it's really vibrant. And she's going to race it next week in the Netherlands as well.
I wonder what the gap is. How big the gap is. It looks pretty big already.
It's about 9 seconds at the moment. 9 seconds for Tom Squinch, but it's still such a long way. But there is a moment when the chasers are going to snap. Skelmoser, of course, of these 4 chasers is not going to do anything. So it's up to Hull, to Paulus and to Hamilton. But after a race like this one, in the heat that we're racing in today, 30+ degrees, everybody is on their limit. Paulus did a lot of racing in the south of America to get accustomed to the heat. There's been a huge heat wave going on in places like Texas, for example. But even in the Northwest, in Oregon and in Portland, it's been unseasonably warm. Paulus has been preparing in the south of the US for these races, and for this one as well, is what he said on the website of the Maryland Cycling Classic.
So he's really taking it serious.
He's taking it very seriously, indeed. Won 2 races already this year. Came pretty close in a few other instances.
And it also looks like he's doing most of the work behind Squeens. Doing most of the work bringing Squeens back. I wonder what happened to Harper, who was in this first group as well.
We don't know.
He must have... He probably had a mechanical.
25 kilometers to go, roughly. As we have Squinch defending a very marginal lead, but he's going all in. If you look at the way that he's actually attacking these corners, just a few centimeters of the curb there, really going all in. He must feel so incredibly strong at the moment. These are the small little inclines that we have on the local circuit, then back into one of the turns. 19 in total. Final kilometer coming up here. And then 2 more laps to go. We can have an accurate timed gap on the line. Yeah, there is a moment, Yip, that you really have to commit to this chase and saying, okay, I'm going to continue, wear myself completely out, or I'm just going to wait and try again. And I think it's so early, but also very audacious to try it already.
It is really early, and he's having bad luck that these 3 guys who are chasing, they really found each other and they're really working well together. Because it also could have happened that he attacked this early and that the chasers were looking to each other, and that he would get a big gap and they never see him back. But it is really early, and it's a big risk he's taking.
Yeah, and he's only got 1 bottle left on the bike. The temperature is creeping towards the 34, 35 degrees mark. Like I explained, of course, the heat in the city is always, you live near Amsterdam, you live in Alkmaar. It's always hotter in the city than it is in the countryside.
It definitely is.
And there's no way that he can get a bottle at this moment. We just saw that Chris Hamilton was asking for a bottle. It's still over 20k to go. He's got 1 bottle left for half an hour of racing. No way that the sports director can move up at this moment to give him some water. So fingers crossed he has thought this through.
Yeah, hopefully he can grab a bottle at the side of the road from somebody who's standing there. But at this speed and this focus, it's really hard to get a bottle. But you need to get a moment to get a bottle, because 25k with 1 bottle in these temperatures, that's not a good idea. And always when the race is fully on.
and the race is fully on, but it's 12 seconds at the moment. He is increasing this lead. He's, of course, the national champion. He's trying to get as aero as he possibly can. He's on a really big gear here. Of course, on the other side, we can see it a little bit better. But he's pushing, thinking about the 5 years since it's been that he had a road win, apart from his national championships, of course. One time he couldn't defend his national championships jersey because the championships were in the middle of the Tour de France. So one day he was still the Latvian champion, and the next day he had to wear the normal team kit again because the national championships were in the middle of the Tour de France.
A really strange situation.
I think it was a COVID year. Oh, this is the last of his water. I don't know if this is going to end well.
I'm pretty sure he will manage to get a bottle at some point. He needs to take some time to get a bottle at some point, because at these temperatures it's really important to drink enough and to cool yourself enough, because you will just get overheated.
Yeah, as long as you're riding, you are, well, sometimes quite okay. But at the moment you come to a standstill, it kind of hits you like a brick wall, doesn't it?
It does when you're at a traffic light or something.
Oh, but terrible.
But actually, the last years, teams are putting a lot of effort in ice socks you can put in your neck, bottles to put water over yourself, because science proves that when you keep yourself cool also during the ride, your performance is way better. So teams take a lot of time and effort in people on the side of the roads, in the car having a lot of cold bottles, making the riders aware of drinking enough, cooling themselves. It's a really big part of the sport right now. So I'm sure Screens get some, we'll get some bottle or some ice sock or whatever.
Well, I wonder how that is going to happen with 12 seconds between him and these 4 chasers. The team car can't move up. There's no ice socks on the motor that accompanies him. There's no neutral service vehicle with him as well.
But a bottle of water will work.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Well, have our fingers crossed for this really courageous effort. 12 seconds. It's 1 man against 3. Let's just hope that everything holds. No mechanical failures, no flat tires. It's just mano a mano. People really like the little bit of shade thrown by the trees there. Skelmose, of course, he is in an ideal position when Squinch will be caught. He is, of course, the man who hasn't participated at all in the chasing and can go for a sprint. And we do know that Skelmose can do a sprint after a hard race. So an ideal position there for Lidl Trek. They have the man at the front with Tom Squinch, almost 5 years to date that he won his last road race, apart from the championships, that is. So he will be really eager to try again. It's Nielsen Paulus at the front. We have Hugo Hull following him. Then Chris Hamilton, not Chris Hamilton, Lucas Hamilton, and Matthias Skelmose. We also have a Chris Hamilton, by the way, but
yeah, it's the perfect situation for Lidl Trek. They're playing the game really, really well. And these guys, it looks like they're giving up a little bit. But the gap is still really, really small. Only 11 seconds right now.
With 18 kilometers to go. Boy, you might have gone a little bit too early, but you now have to push it all the way to the end. You have to commit to it.
And that's what he's doing. He's sprinting after every corner. He's giving his all. Already from the beginning. He's showing some pain faces already with 18k to go.
This is going to be so difficult for Tom Squinch. If he pulls it off, it's going to be an amazing win. But it's going to be so ridiculously hard from this man from Latvia. .15 seconds now for Tom Squinch, married to the American-Canadian former rider Abby Mickey. Father to Lila. An all-around good guy, Tom Squinch. 15 seconds.
A rider who deserves it so much to have a victory again after 5 years. Such a strong rider. Always working for his teammates.
He must be cramping up. There must be so much going through his head. But he needs to keep on pedaling. Look at that. He's on the biggest gear possible there.
But it's a good thing that the gap is not getting smaller, actually. The guys behind will, at one point, will look to each other, and they will fight for that second place.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable that 3 riders who chase are not getting any closer. But of course, it will also go through their heads that if they come back, they don't want to have spent too much energy to be in contention for the win themselves. So they're racing with a brake on a little bit more than Tom Squinch is, who's going all out. If this is not succeeding, there's always another day, although he doesn't really get a lot of chances for himself. But these guys, they're thinking that they have a plan B. If they manage to catch Tom Squinch, well, they still need to have the energy to do that sprint, don't they?
Yeah.
Ooh, look at Hugo Hull on this little climb. It's not even a climb. He's having a lot of trouble.
It's just dragging the roads. It's slightly going uphill. It's really, really heavy.
He's spent. Hugo Hull is spent. It's now coming down to Nielsen Paulus and to Lucas Hamilton. Chris Hamilton, of course, being a rider for DSM. This is Chris Hamilton. It's Paulus versus Squinch.
Yeah, and I totally agree, Jose, with what you just said. Like, what you often learn from your team director is when you're chasing somebody, you have to road at like 70, 80%. Don't give it your all. Don't show how strong you are. Because when you catch the breakaway back, well, we see an attack here.
A little bit of theatre there by Hugo Hull. He was playing us. He was absolutely playing us. But if they start attacking each other, that's never great for them. And it's better for Tom Squinch, of course, the 32-year-old from Lidl Trek at the front.
Ooh, but we directly get a new attack.
And now it's
From
Skelmose.
Skelmose.
This is rather interesting. Squinch was a support rider in the Tour of Denmark recently to Mads Pedersen and Tom Squinch, also to Pedersen during the Giro d'Italia. That is the story of his career. He's always working and helping others. And now it's up to Hugo Hull. Well, he did spend a little bit of energy with that counter-attack there. Paulus and Hamilton. It's a fascinating game at the moment. We can see that the other group with Coté and Steitz and Freire, McGill, Liepins, Galopin, Sheehan and Chris Harper are 1.5 minutes back. It's going to be between this man at the front and the 4 chasers. Well, he's already won the jersey for most amicable rider, I think. This is the jersey that he already won.
But this is a really strange scenario, actually. Of course, it's nice that that Squeens is making the jump to that Skelmose is making the jump to Squeens, but he's also bringing the others back.
Yeah, all wearing them out.
They're still pretty close, and everything gets back together.
This is pretty weird.
Not a nice
master plan, or a master plan by Steven de Jong. I can't tell, but the fact is that this move by Tom Squinch has been eliminated, and now it's up to Skelmose.
I don't think this was the plan of Skelmose. Paulus is looking actually really, really strong. Oh, well, he has to pass here.
Oof.
He did.
Oi, 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 oi.
He might did too much of the work.
Okay, Squinch just go for the second round. He looks like he found himself an ice sock there. Maybe he's got something left, but I have no idea what Matthias Skelmose was doing there. Just like you said, he brought the others back.
And I think that's what Squeens what is giving Squeens some power, maybe some anger.
Yeah, I hope so.
Some frustration.
It was not really a great move from a colleague, in my opinion. Maybe there's a story behind it. I do have faith in the tactical insight of Steven de Jong, but from what we are seeing, from the looks of it, it's really weird to see a teammate counter a teammate and bringing the other riders back.
Yeah, I do think Sciammosa was a bit too optimistic. I think he was thinking that he could bridge by himself, alone, without the other 3 riders. But they had still something left, and they could follow him. And Sciammosa should have known. The gap was only 15 seconds.
Where is Neilson Powless?
He was looking so strong, Paulus.
Yeah, and then he had to leave a little gap there. Maybe a mechanical issue. He was on a really small gear there. Like, spinning out of control. Maybe there was a mechanical issue. Maybe he just ran out of energy. Of course, he did a lot of the chasing on Squinch. Is Squinch going again? He's just going to try again. You really have to give it to him. He's almost at the finish line for the final lap. You really have to give it to him. He is not giving up. He is not giving up. He wants to win this race. His first in almost 5 years.
But they won't give him a centimeter. They know how hard it is to catch him back. And now it's Hull who has to do all the work.
Hopefully there is a little bit of recovery there for Tom Squinch. But it's Matthias Skelmoser, Hugo Hull, then a small gap to Squinch
Paulus.
and Hamilton. And Paulus is a little bit further back indeed. This is our final lap coming up.
So it looks like Paulus did not have a mechanical then, if he is on such a small gap.
Just burned out.
Yeah, one of us certainly burned out then.
Now it's up to Skelmoser. Yeah, Paulus is actually not really that far back.
And it's again Hull who has to do all the work. Apart from the move from Skelmoser, Trek is doing a really good teamwork today.
Looks like it's pretty windy there in the finish straight. 4 hours and 10 minutes of racing, meaning that we have a pretty fast edition here of the Maryland Cycling Classic. Of course, we don't have a lot of reference, it's the second edition only, but yeah, things are moving pretty fast. 4 hours and 10 seconds in for almost 200 kilometers. So we're going to end up well in the, what is it, 45k an hour? 46k an hour, something like that. Or miles, if you want to.
With almost 3,000 altitude meters today.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
What are we looking at here exactly? Rooftop swimming pool?
I think they're looking for the riders.
I think we lost the riders. On a perdu Thomas. On a perdu les coureurs. We have lost the riders. This is that riders?
We
That
see
might
some
be
riders
riders
here.
Maybe it's chasers, we don't know.
Nine, 19 corners in every lap, so I get the confusion.
This is not a bike rider. This is a motorbike. On the harbour front here. Well, there's things happening. Oh, there we have.
Here,
There we have Skelmoser.
Skelmoser.
Yeah, yeah, we're back with the leader.
And if we have to believe the live ticker, he has 7 seconds. 7 seconds in the last 10 kilometers. Everything can still happen.
Yes. Well,
but everybody's tired.
For 5 riders.
Yeah,
not for the chasers.
No, that's done. And I wonder if the guys behind Schiamose have anything left.
No, of course, Tom Skujiņš is not allowed to chase, although you would think that Skelmose would have the same orders not to chase, but he's on his own. Hugo Hull, Hamilton, Skujiņš are the 3 chasers, but actually there's only just 2. Helicopter is looking for them. This is our peloton actually, with Lipins amongst others, with Galopin, with Scott McGill, with our Mexican rider Eder Freire. Simon Yates also in that group.
Riders who are too far behind to battle for the podium.
I think the TV director has lost some of the riders. Ah, we're back here. Paulus is back. This is Hugo Hull. There is Hamilton.
But there's no proper chase.
No, there's absolutely no chasing going on at the moment. I think it's over. Skujiņš, he has to sit back, can't do anything. He had his chance. It was a really, really early move there by Tom Skujiņš, which was then countered by this man, by Matthias Skelmose, winner of the Tour of Switzerland earlier this year. Now this is over. It's over. If he doesn't have a flat or a mechanical at the front, it's over.
And we have to be honest, he's making a really good impression, but he didn't make a really
sportsman-like gesture.
Yeah, by closing the gap to his teammates, Skujiņš. I wonder what the after talk in the little track bus will be like. Of course, they will be happy with the win, which
yeah, but
Schiamose is probably going to do.
7.4 kilometers to go. This is not a chase at all. All of these riders are completely burned out. They're done. They're cooked. Not even like a medium steak. They're completely well done. Past the American Football Stadium again with Matthias Skelmose. He's got a car behind him right now. I think the gap is going up to the 30-second mark. Looks like we lost the camera feed there of the lead motorbike, and we'll have to stick with the helicopter. Luckily, the pilot has found him back. It's no easy feat, by the way, to fly a helicopter above a city like Baltimore. If you are in the countryside, it's already a formidable effort by any pilot and cameraman in one of these helicopters. But above the city, it's even more difficult. All these streets, they look exactly the same, and there's a lot of streets at this point, and you have to look for one lone rider who sometimes is underneath a bridge, and the other time he's in the shade. So yeah, we can't really blame the pilot and the cameraman or camerawoman to have lost our leader. But we're back with him. It's 1 minute and 5. It's over, Yip. It's going to be a little trek win. They should be happy with that. But I think most people watching would have wanted to see Tom Squinch pull it off and not be countered by a teammate.
No, it's such a strange move Skjelmose made there. And while I do believe he never do it with the intention to bring the others back to Squeens, it was not a smart move, because with a gap of 15 seconds to Squeens, he should have never tried to bridge that gap.
That's what we think, but maybe there was a master plan behind it. We don't know yet. It's always difficult to judge from watching and commentating and thinking that we know what's going on inside these riders' heads or going on inside the team car. Maybe there was a plan with Squinch going really early, completely wear down these three guys, and then Skjelmose as plan B. They were the only team with two riders up front, so they could play the game of numbers.
Yeah, for sure, but it didn't look to me like they were playing a game now. Like, they would have played a game when Skjelmose let the other three riders close the gap to Squeens, and then Skjelmose would attack.
Yeah, and not close it himself. No,
no.
I agree. I do agree. I do wonder if the Trek team just had some bikes delivered from Waterloo, because most of these riders have custom paint jobs on their Trek Madones, and these look like just the standard model, which is absolutely amazing. Sent me one, but normally he has a bike. Well, this is the colours of the Danish flag, but I think to save cost, they might have just got some from the factory in Waterloo.
Yeah, you might be right there.
And some components from SRAM, which is also, but not very far from there.
No, it's pretty precise to have your, like, a different bike is always a little bit different than the bike you're used to, but it happens often in pro cycling that you get a new bike, so it's a good option.
Saves a lot in luggage fees, those.
Yeah, true.
Final kilometers here for our race leader and winner, Matthias Skjelmose. Still super young, bright future ahead of him. He will be 23 at the end of this month, born in the year 2000. Made his debut with the Leopard Pro cycling team, joined Trek Segafredo as an intern, as a stagiaire in the COVID year in 2020. Racing with them mostly in races in Belgium and Italy. Not a really big program back in 2020 because, well, frankly, there weren't a lot of races going on. Only just 22, I said, from the region of Copenhagen. Very promising already as a youngster, with a second place at the national championships in Denmark. As a first-year junior, he was third in Paris-Roubaix juniors behind Lewis Askey's now making his debut in the Vuelta, and Samuele Manfredi. And then quite early on in his career, basically as a second-year elite rider, joined the Trek Segafredo team with some good results straight away in his home race of the Tour of Denmark. But one of his breakthrough performances was actually in the Tour de l'Ain, which is a breakthrough race for many riders, actually. He was fifth in the general classification back then, when Michael Storer had his first, his breakthrough win, actually. In 2022, Skjelmose came back to the Tour de l'Ain, only to miss out on the win in the GC by a couple of bonus seconds. He didn't really race too smartly, I must say, last year in the Tour de l'Ain, missing out on these bonus seconds, and it was Guillaume Martin winning the race. But it was another moment where we could see that he was doing really, really well in these races. A third place last year already in the Tour of Denmark. There were podium places in other races like the Tour de Wallonie. So all of these punchy climbs, and then that first big breakthrough in the Tour of Luxembourg, where he won the time trial in Remich, which is a pretty big one, 26 kilometers, and then the overall classification of that Tour of Luxembourg last year, and this year he became the national champion. He was 2nd in Flèche Wallonne, 8th in the Amstel Gold Race, 9th in Liège. Had some great results in the Basque Country and in the Rhine, the Tour de France, of course, and that national championships. A stage win in the Tour of Denmark, a 2nd place in the overall behind Mads Pedersen. So yeah, you could say that 2022 and especially 2023 were breakthrough years for this man. He's got another year on his contract with Lidl Trek, and I do expect that they break open his contract pretty soon to get him on board for a longer period of time. Of course, a huge influx of finances for Lidl Trek with the arrival of Lidl. I do assume there are Lidls in Denmark, and the team is actively looking for riders from the different countries where the Lidl supermarket chain has a large presence. And I do expect him to stay on for a longer period of time. He's done 2 Grand Tours, made his debut in the Giro d'Italia in 2022 and this year in the Tour de France. His best result this year in the Tour was a 6th place, and that was the stage to Larun, stage number 5, when he was 6th, just behind Jonas Vingegaard, the eventual winner of the Tour de France, of course. Going into the final mile here with Matthias Skjelmose. The gap to the competition, where we don't see the name of Squinch anymore, is now up to 1 minute and 45 seconds. When he made his move, the others were already done. They were already spent. They were completely wore down by chasing Tom Squinch. And yeah, well, he didn't have to do anything in that chase. He could just sit back in 4th position, look at proceedings. This is a girl going the wrong way, but hey, she's riding a bike, so that's good. And here we have it, zipping up the jersey. That fantastic design there by Lidl Trek. This is how a national championships jersey should be. A big smile there by Matthias Skjelmose. Win number 9 is on the horizon, and that is going to be his 7th of the year already. What a year for this man. 23 at the end of the month. And he played the games of numbers fantastically well. They had 5 riders when the decisive split were made. They had Galopin, Lipins, Skjelmose, Vacek and Squinch. In the end, Squinch and this man remained. And when Squinch was maybe saying he was done, maybe he was not, but he bridged across, caught his teammate up and over, and eventually winning the bike race. The winner of the Maryland Cycling Classic 2023 is Matthias Skjelmose. That's teamwork. That's how you play the numbers game, Jip.
Yeah, kind
Although
of.
I am kind of curious to hear what the story is going to be.
Yeah, me too. I also wonder what happened to Squeens. No, to Squeens, who was in this group, and he only needed to sit in the wheels, and somehow he still got dropped. So maybe he had a mechanical, or maybe he was just done with it, which I can imagine.
It was just a really long range attack there by Tom Squinch. Almost 40 kilometers, I think, 35, something like that. Going in the first of the 4 local laps was hugely ambitious. Now we're going to sprint for places 2, 3 and 4 with Hugo Hull for Israel Premier Tech, Chris Hamilton for Jaco Alula, and Nielsen Paulus for EF Education Easy Post. Paulus, he was on the podium last year in 3rd place. Can he do one better this year? He might. We're in the final kilometre now with our 3 chasers as well. Is there going to be an American on the podium?
All right.
Then it has to be the man in pink. What? Yeah, well, okay.
Something went wrong there.
Yeah, people thought, well, the winner has passed, the race is over, we can cross the street here. Luckily, nobody was harmed there. 500 meters, less than 500 meters. Hamilton in first, Hugo Hull in second, Paulus in third. Paulus is eyeing like a shark there. When will he launch his sprint? Does he have anything left? We do know that he was dropped a few times. No, he has something left. He wants to be on that podium. Nielsen Paulus is going to sprint to second place, and Hugo Hull is going to be third. That is going to be our podium today. A winner from Denmark, a runner-up from the US, and a third place for the man from Canada. Fourth place then goes to the Aussie, Lewis Hamilton.
What a race.
What an evening.
It has been a really hard race for these guys. 200K racing. Because the race actually started directly from the start.
Yeah, there was this short moment. Well, he seems okay with it. He's a fan favorite, this man, Tom Squinch. I would have loved to have called another win for this man. I did his 3 Tour of California wins back then, but it was not to be. It was really early, this attack, and the win goes to the team, and he is a team player, and he will be happy that his teammate won.
I do think they're a little bit cold to each other, though. But
I don't want to go into body language, all that, but I would like to know the real story, yes.
Yeah, they will figure things out. They're both good team players, so.
Some stunning architecture there, really great. Here on the harbour in the waterfront. 1632 the city was founded, or Maryland was actually founded. Which for American is quite an old city. One of the first original colonies, of course. The original states. This looks
Here's
like
some sprints.
Yeah, it's hard to see. One of the men of Legion, one of the, I can't even think anymore. Israel Primatech.
Probably for place 6 then.
Might be,
Must
or
be
we
Tyler
have missed
Stites.
it. Tyler Stites, maybe. Yeah, could be.
I wonder who won the points jersey. It must be Skjelmose probably. Crossing the line first.
Well, the top 5, we already knew that one. Little track win with Matthias Skjelmose ahead of Nielsen Paulus, Hugo Hull, Lucas Hamilton and Tom Squinch.
Four hours and 26 minutes for a 200-kilometer race.
Yeah, 4 hours and 26 minutes of talking, yep. Oh, God. What a night.
What a night, yeah. But you just told me you've some experience with 6-day racing and Tour of California.
Yeah, then we started at 11, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and finished in the middle of the night hoping that there was still a McDrive open at 1 o'clock because we were kind of hungry. Hungry, yeah. Hungry for fatty food.
I believe so, yeah. Feels like a night out then.
Yeah, but yeah, we could have a shawarma.
Without the bears.
We could have a doner kebab. But no,
An interview with Skjelmose.
I can't hear it, sadly. Sadly, we don't have any sound. Maybe you do at home, but I think we have the same.
It's a pity because I really wonder what Skjelmose has to say about the team tactics of today. And also pointing to the sky while crossing the line. There's a story behind it, of course.
Or maybe we just see too much into it. That's also possible.
I wonder if what's left from the peloton is already past the finish line.
Yeah, on the local laps. Yeah, then you're out of the race. I don't know. Official merchandise. Cool. But I think with this kind of weather, you'd need one of these Baltimore craft beers because apparently they have a pretty good scene there throughout the whole of the East Coast and North England, New England. But apparently they have good craft beers. Yeah.
Sounds good, having a good craft beer, watching a bike race.
Yeah, and nowadays, because I don't drink, there's a lot of good craft beer with very low or zero alcohol. It's becoming more and more of a trend. You don't always have to drink like really bad non-alcoholic Heineken.
No. there's a big scene in good alcohol-free beers nowadays.
Exactly. Yay!
I'd love
And since it's going to be like another summer here next week, with 30 degrees Celsius and 90, which is net 90 Fahrenheit, we can have beers.
And it's one of the best things after a bike ride in the sun to have. Probably a lot of people disagree with me, but to have a zero alcohol beer after a ride.
True. We used to have that like that Ablock 0% beer, which was actually really good stuff. It was a little bit citrusy, and I don't really believe all the stuff about the minerals and etc. But it was actually really nice, and I like the 0%, just normal 0% beer as well, as long as it's very cold.
That is
That's
good, yeah.
the most important thing. And I don't drink the stuff in winter time, but only when it's warm outside.
Yeah, it makes sense to have a cold beer after a ride.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. It's the same, like there's the best Cokes you can have is also after a ride.
Yeah.
When you're cooked and sweaty, and a Coke never tastes better than that moment.
Well, we have the top 10 with Mikkel Honoré, Scott McGill, our local man, Alex Balmer, Riley Sheehan, and Eder Freire, the first rider of a continental team there in 10th place. A great reward there for his aggressive racing, the former Mexican champion, and a great result also for Legions of LA to have a man in the top 10. A great reward there for Freire.
There's quite some spectators watching today's race. It's a whole event. A lot of other activities around this race. Like you said before, yesterday a ride with the pros for people who wanted to ride with the pros.
Yeah, I also read that some local clubs, they had like youth clubs, they had rides with the pros as well, which is of course always a great inspiration to have the local kids ride with the pros and maybe be inspired to one day be part of races like this as well.
Yeah, that's actually what you hope when you're a bike rider, to inspire other kids, other people to start riding their bikes, to enjoy cycling as much as you do yourself. And actually this whole event is built for making people aware to exercise, and we see another interview, but I think we again get another sound.
Sorry about that.
But this event is from United Healthcare. It's to make people aware of their health, to exercise, to make people enthusiastic about it. And I did think this race was a good example. It was a fun race to watch. A nice game. And I think Powell's... I'm not... I don't want to say... I don't want to fill in for him, but I think he came to win here. But he needs to be happy with second, because that's all what he had. Do you know what's the nickname of Mary Lance? You say?
No.
It's both Old Line State and the Free State.
Okay.
I just got it sent by Corinne Lebecki, my former teammate.
Okay. It's great that she's watching. She's going to a new team, and I forgot where. She's going to Eve Education.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She is.
Great rider. We'll never forget how she won the Tour of Flanders.
And many more races.
And Binda she won as well, I think. With a little bit of help from Ellen van Dijk in that Tour of Flanders.
It was a great season for her.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic season. Hope that she to find it back. I really loved her posts about the Tour de France Femme and that picture with her dad. But this is our King of the Mountains. We already predicted it, of course, David Lozano. He finished the race, so he'll get the jersey. And the points jersey, yeah.
I guess it's... I'm not sure. But I do think it will go to Skjelmose by taking the most points on the finish line. But like we said before, there was no route book, so we didn't really know how the points were... where the points were given, or well, where we knew where they were given, but not how many. It will be a surprise when we're going to the podium. I do think Screens will get the jersey for the most attractive rider.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, I don't know if we are going to have podium, so I'll just say goodbye already on behalf of Jip van der Bos and myself, José Been. 2 Dutchies tonight from the Maryland Cycling Classic presented by United Healthcare. Of course, tomorrow we have a rest day in the Vuelta, but we have the Tour of Britain for you with Matt Stevens and Brian Smith, and I have heard there was a lot of banter going on between these 2 distinguished gentlemen. And then from Tuesday we'll have the Vuelta back on, Women's World Tour racing from the Netherlands and Belgium with the CIMAC Ladies Tour, and I will be back with you then. So Jip, thanks, have a good night, and cyclocross is on this winter.
For sure, José, thanks for tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, out of the USA, your birthday boy for EF Education, Nielsen Powless. And David Wickman, Four Corners Foundation and Human Powered Health to present the flowers. Your 2023 champion, your gold medalist from Denmark, racing for Lidl Trek, Matthias. Give it up, Skelmoose! To present New Jersey, Joe Okapinti, United Healthcare. Mayor Brandon Scott. The trophy presenter, Mayor Brandon Scott. He'll be coming up in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three! Now, John Kelly of Kelly Benefits to present the champagne. Your top three, Hugo Hula, Israel Premier Tech, Nielsen Powless, EF Education, Easy Post, and your champion, Matthias Skelmoose, Lidl Trek.